Heaven has placed you here, in this exact moment, between two worlds. The life you once knew is fading, slipping like sand through your fingers, while the life ordained by God is pressing forward with irresistible force. You can sense it, the unease, the holy tension, the restlessness that keeps you awake at night. This is no accident. The Spirit has interrupted your scroll, your routine, and even your own thoughts to awaken you to your position in the eternal storyline. You are not ordinary, and you were never meant to remain where you are. Every struggle you have endured, every rejection, every season of loneliness, it was preparation for this threshold moment. You are standing at the border between what was and what will be. That is why old patterns feel too small. That is why the conversations that once entertained you now feel empty. That is why the places you used to run for comfort no longer give you peace. God is calling you into a life where your light will shine in places that once tried to bury you. Do not mistake this discomfort for failure. It is transformation. Just as a seed must break open before it becomes a tree, your old life must split apart so your true identity can grow. The very things you thought were ending are actually making way for the birth of something greater. And yes, there is loss. Yes, there is pain. But do not retreat back to the familiar. To retreat is to betray your own destiny. The Spirit is warning you even now, do not go back. You are chosen to cross over. This moment is divine intervention, not coincidence. Heaven itself has pressed pause on the noise around you to whisper this truth: you are standing in between worlds, and the old one will not follow you into the new. This is the very moment you are invited to cross over, not through the safety of what you know, but through the radiant call into something far greater. The stirring inside your heart is not an illusion, it is the whisper of the Lord, pulling you out of tight places into wide open spaces where the light you carry will spread. You are allowed to grieve what is leaving. Grief is a holy act of release, not a sign of weakness. Let your tears cleanse the residue of the past. And when you wipe your face, recognize that your soul feels lighter. Loss becomes the fertile soil where the seed of destiny can grow. No one else can walk this road for you. Transformation requires your personal yes, a bold act of courage that partners prayer with deliberate steps. Begin to discipline your spirit, to honor commitments made before God, and let each decision reflect the person you are becoming rather than the shadow of who you were. You will notice certain relationships belong to yesterday's chapter. Not all are meant to travel with you. Release what slows your stride, but release with dignity. Pray for them, bless them, and walk away in love that expects no return. That is the mark of spiritual maturity and the fragrance of a life surrendered. Trust that a pathway is being woven for you by the one who counts every tear. Every small step of obedience you take today becomes the foundation of a future you cannot yet imagine. Hold on to faith, take the step, and allow the story to begin anew, because you are not walking alone. The prophet Elijah spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. Chosen one. This scripture pierces because it is your story. You have tried to walk in both worlds, carrying old patterns while reaching for your crown. But you cannot hold both. You cannot cling to the old and expect the new to flourish. This is why doors are closing, why certain relationships are drifting, why opportunities that once seemed promising are suddenly empty. Heaven is declaring, it is time to decide. It is time to cross fully. Do not fear what you are losing. What you are losing was never meant to last. What you are gaining is eternal, powerful, and unstoppable. Even now, the anointing of God is wrapping around you like fire in your bones. Even now, the angels of heaven are standing guard over your transition. You are being carried into a new dimension where your voice, your presence, and your destiny will shake the very foundations of darkness. But you must choose, and the choice must be complete. No half measures, no hesitation. You are chosen, and the chosen cannot afford to linger in indecision. If you wait too long, the door will close, not because God is cruel, but because destiny cannot be delayed forever. You are one obedience away from breakthrough, one surrender away from the life you were born to live. Beloved, the heavens are watching your response. The earth is groaning for your manifestation, and your own soul is longing for the freedom you have been promised. So I speak directly to you. Rise up, lift your head, and declare your choice. Step into the new. Walk away from the old. This is the moment you were born for. If this word resonates with your spirit, I invite you to align yourself fully, like, share, and subscribe so that you remain connected to these messages that are shaping your next season. And as a prophetic act, comment the number 777 below. This number declares perfection, completion, and divine alignment. It is your sign that the old world is gone and the new has begun. Chosen one, the unraveling has already begun. It is quiet, subtle, and steady. You sense it in the little ways your daily rhythms no longer satisfy. The conversations that once felt lively now echo hollow. The habits that once gave you comfort now seem like chains. This is not because you have failed, but because God is gently loosening the threads of an old garment that no longer fits. What once wrapped around you like identity, safety, and belonging is being removed stitch by stitch, because heaven has ordained a new robe for you to wear. The unraveling is not punishment, it is mercy. Imagine the potter holding a vessel that cracked under pressure. He does not discard it. Instead, he begins to break down the clay and rework it until it can carry something far greater. That is what is happening to you. The life that you thought you would keep forever was never designed to carry the glory that is coming. So, the Spirit of God, with gentle but firm hands, is dismantling what cannot last in order to prepare you for what will endure. You may ask, why must it feel so lonely? Why must it feel as though every familiar foundation is shifting beneath your feet, beloved? Loneliness in this season is not abandonment, it is consecration. It is God drawing you into a place where your ears can finally hear His voice without distortion. If the crowd stayed around you, you would never discern the whisper of the Lord. But in the silence, you learn that you are not defined by applause, approval, or the comfort of company. You are defined by the one who calls you chosen. The unraveling also shows itself in your desires. Notice how certain things you once craved now leave you restless. Notice how the dreams you thought were yours alone now seem small compared to the visions stirring inside you. This is heaven's redirection. The Spirit is rewriting your appetite. Because appetite shapes destiny. The things that used to satisfy you belonged to the old you. The new you hungers for righteousness, for purpose, for purity, for mission. This is why you can no longer indulge in the same distractions. They feel foreign to your soul now. At times, you may attempt to resist this unraveling. You may try to stitch the threads back together, to return to the comfort of old routines. But even as you try, the Spirit frustrates your efforts. Doors you once walked through with ease now slam shut. People who once understood you now misunderstand you. Opportunities that once flourished now wither before your eyes. This is heaven's mercy, refusing to allow you to settle in a land that cannot hold your destiny. The quiet unraveling is also protection. The Lord sees snares and traps ahead that you cannot perceive. By pulling you away from certain spaces, He is shielding you from harm. You might think you are losing stability, but in truth, you are being delivered from hidden destruction. The unraveling is heaven's way of steering you around ambushes laid by the enemy. Understand this: the unraveling is not random. It is strategic. Every thread God removes has a purpose. Some threads are relationships. Some are thought patterns. Some are false securities. But each thread must come loose so that you can stand clothed only in truth. If you fight to hold on to what God is removing, you prolong the process and intensify the pain. But if you surrender, the unraveling becomes beautiful. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you, not harm. Plans for hope and future. Chosen one. This word is your anchor. God is not tearing your life apart to leave you naked and broken. He is reshaping it with intention. The unraveling is proof that His plans are greater than yours. He is not content with you living in the fragments of an old identity. He wants you to carry the fullness of His promise. This process will test your trust. You will have to choose whether you believe appearances or promises. Appearances may tell you that you are losing everything. Promises remind you that you are gaining everything that matters. Appearances will tempt you to cling to what is slipping away. Promises will empower you to let go with peace, knowing that God never removes without replacing, never empties without filling, never strips without clothing again. In the quiet unraveling, your faith is being refined. You learn to walk not by sight, but by trust. You discover the strength that comes when you lean on God instead of your own plans. You develop endurance, patience, and wisdom that cannot be taught in comfort. This season, as painful as it feels, is building the foundation for your unstoppable future. Do not despise the unraveling. Do not label it as loss when it is truly transition. When Israel left Egypt, they thought they were losing the comfort of certainty. They had food, water, and routine in bondage. But God unraveled their chains so He could clothe them in freedom. You are walking a similar path. The familiar is leaving so the promised can arrive. Chosen one. Hear this: when the unraveling feels unbearable, it is often because you are close to breakthrough. The moment just before the new garment is woven is when the old one lies in pieces at your feet. But do not fear the pieces. From them, the Lord will fashion something beyond your imagination. So breathe, release, trust, and let the unraveling continue. For it is not the end of your story, it is the sacred beginning of who you were always meant to become. Chosen one, you are standing in the valley between mourning and becoming. You feel the weight of what you have lost. And though heaven calls you forward, your heart still aches for what once was. This is grief for the old self, the version of you that walked in familiar paths, spoke a language that fit into the world around you, and carried habits that once felt like home. It is not weakness to grieve this loss. It is honesty. Every transformation demands burial. Before new life bursts forth, the old form must pass away. Even Jesus, before resurrection, endured the silence of the tomb. So it is with you, your old ways, your old desires, your old identity. They are being laid to rest. You are not wrong to feel the sting. You are not weak for feeling the pain. The tears you shed in this moment are not wasted. They are watering the soil where your new self will rise. Understand, this grief is not your enemy. Grief is your guide. It teaches you what mattered, what shaped you, and what cannot come with you into your next season. Grief is God's way of helping you release the grip of the past without resentment. If you did not feel the pain, you would never recognize the significance of the exchange. Grief makes you human, but it also makes you holy. Some will not understand why you feel this way. They may tell you to simply move on or be happy for what's ahead. But heaven understands your tears. The angels record every drop. The Father bends low to hear your sighs. You are not dismissed for your sorrow. You are embraced. Heaven itself knows that every chosen one must walk through this corridor of holy grief. Grief also refines your vision. When the noise of the old world fades, you begin to see with sharper clarity what truly matters. What once seemed urgent now appears trivial. What once demanded your attention now feels weightless. Through tears, your sight becomes holy, aligned with heaven's perspective. In this refining, you begin to notice small sparks of hope flickering in your soul. They may not feel strong yet, but they are signs of new life stirring. A whisper of courage here, a sense of peace there. These are tokens from heaven, reminding you that morning is indeed on its way. Do not silence those sparks. Feed them with prayer, guard them with scripture, and surround them with moments of stillness. These sparks will grow into flames that warm your spirit and guide your steps. What begins in trembling faith will mature into unshakable confidence in the God who leads you forward. Beloved, grief is not the end of your journey. It is the bridge. You walk across it with trembling feet, but on the other side awaits strength, laughter, and a crown that will not fade. Honor the bridge, but do not camp on it. You are destined to cross. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning." Hold on to this truth. Chosen one, your grief is a night season. It is real. It is long. It is dark, but it is not forever. Morning is already breaking on the horizon. The same God who permits you to mourn the old self is the God who promises to clothe you with joy when the time is right. Do not despise your tears. Let them flow. They are proof that you are alive, that your heart has been invested, that you are not numb. They wash the residue of yesterday so that you are free to walk unburdened into tomorrow. In grief, your soul is tender, and in that tenderness, God does his deepest work. He whispers truths that cannot be heard in the noise of laughter. He etches his promises into the softness of your spirit. But grief has a danger if you linger too long. It can become a prison. The line between mourning and dwelling is thin. To mourn is to process, but to dwell is to chain yourself to the past. And you, chosen one, are not called to remain chained. The chains are breaking. Even as you read this, you are allowed to visit the memory of who you once were. But you are not allowed to live there anymore. This is where your choice matters. You can honor the old self without being enslaved by it. You can thank God for the lessons, for the growth, for the scars. But then you must rise and move forward. Your crown is not waiting in the graveyard of your former life. It is waiting in the land of your future. And here, I give you a simple call to action. Comment, "I choose my crown." Do not take this lightly. This declaration is not for others. It is for you. It is a prophetic act, a marker in time where you put words to your decision. When you type those words, you are telling heaven, earth, and even your own soul that you are ready to honor your grief but not be swallowed by it. You are choosing coronation over nostalgia, destiny over memory, purpose over pain. This moment of choice shifts your perspective. You no longer view the unraveling of your old self as loss. You see it as graduation. You realize that the friends who misunderstood you, the places that no longer felt safe, the habits that suddenly turned heavy, they were all signs pointing to your transformation. Grief taught you to let go with dignity. But now courage teaches you to rise. Beloved, as you move through this holy grief, know that the Father wastes nothing. Even the pain becomes part of your preparation. Every tear, every ache, every question, it is all woven into the garment of glory you are destined to wear. The night may feel long, but dawn always breaks. And when it does, you will step forward lighter, stronger, and surer of who you truly are. So stand, wipe your face, declare your choice. And remember, joy is not a vague promise, it is a guarantee. Heaven has marked your morning, and nothing can stop it from arriving. Chosen one, the signs are all around you, but many pass them by without noticing. Heaven does not always speak with thunder or shake the earth beneath your feet. Often, God whispers in subtle movements, in divine patterns woven into the ordinary moments of life. These signs are not coincidences. They are signals guiding you forward in your transition between the old and the new. Have you noticed how certain places feel heavier than they used to? The rooms where you once felt safe now seem too small, too dim. That heaviness is not random, it is a sign. The Spirit is telling you that you have outgrown the atmosphere of your past. Like a bird whose wings have matured, you cannot remain in a nest that was only meant for your beginning. The weight you feel is heaven urging you to fly. At other times, your body itself becomes a messenger. Fatigue that no rest can cure, restlessness that sleep cannot ease. These are not simply physical conditions. They are spiritual signals that you are resisting a divine pull. Your soul is trying to run ahead, but your body is anchored in the old. The tension between them produces dissonance, a holy discomfort meant to awaken you. Pay attention, to the sudden changes in your desires. Things that once thrilled you now bore you. The conversations you used to enjoy now leave you uneasy. What is happening? The Spirit is detoxing your appetite. Heaven is removing your taste for what does not align with your destiny. This is not a loss of interest. It is a supernatural recalibration. God is teaching your soul to hunger for higher things. Chosen one, even your relationships begin to echo with signs. Some people grow distant without explanation. Others suddenly reveal their true motives, and the mask you once trusted slips away. Do not be dismayed when this happens. It is not betrayal, it is revelation. God allows certain connections to unravel so that you can see with clarity who belongs in your next chapter. Without this unveiling, you would carry weights into a season that demands wings. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 43, verse 19. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Chosen one. This verse is more than poetry. It is your present reality. God is doing a new thing in you, and the signs are all around. The difficulty is not in the doing, it is in the perceiving. Many miss what God is creating because they are too focused on what is ending. But the Spirit is training your eyes to see the new, even while the old fades. Sometimes, the signs come through disruptions. A job closes. A friendship shifts. An opportunity collapses. In the moment, it feels like rejection. Yet heaven is redirecting you. If the old door had remained open, you would have walked through it and missed your divine assignment. So God closes it. And though you may grieve, you are protected. Every closed door is a signpost pointing to a better path. Dreams, too, become carriers of signs. Pay attention to the visions that stir when you sleep. Some are mere fragments of your mind, but others are divine blueprints, revealing where God is leading you. Colors, numbers, repeated symbols. These are not accidents. They are messages encoded for your spirit. As Joseph in Egypt was guided by dreams, so you are being guided in this season. Do not dismiss them. Write them down. Pray over them. Let them speak. Signs also arrive in repetition. Have you noticed phrases, scriptures, or even songs appearing again and again? This is not coincidence. It is confirmation. Heaven repeats itself when it knows you need clarity. The same verse comes alive in your reading, appears in conversation, and echoes in worship. This repetition is God saying, pay attention. I am speaking directly to you, chosen one. There is also a peculiar sign in your restlessness. You cannot stay still in the old spaces. It feels like a garment too tight, a room with no air. That is your spirit refusing to shrink back into what no longer fits. When you sense that restless pull, do not numb it with distraction. It is not anxiety, it is anticipation. The Spirit is stirring you for what lies ahead. These signs are not meant to frighten you. They are meant to assure you that you are on the right path. The unraveling, the grief, the transition, none of it is wasted. Heaven is speaking in symbols, whispers, and disruptions, guiding you to walk by faith rather than sight. Each sign is a breadcrumb on the trail that leads to your destiny. But signs also test your heart. Will you dismiss them as coincidences, or will you discern them as communication? Discernment is the mark of maturity. The immature shrug and say, that was random. The mature pause and ask, Lord, what are you saying to me? You, chosen one, are being trained to listen deeply, to perceive the divine patterns hidden in the fabric of daily life. Do not rush through these signals. Sit with them, pray over them, ask the Spirit to confirm them in His Word. He will never leave you in confusion. He delights to guide His children with clarity. And when you begin to recognize the signs for what they are, your fear dissolves. You realize that you are not drifting, you are being led. So, open your eyes, tune your ears, watch for the patterns. The Spirit is speaking through your restlessness, through closed doors, through unexpected dreams, through repeated words. These are not accidents, they are heaven's way of holding your hand in transition. Beloved, do not resist the signs. Do not long for the silence of ignorance when heaven is filling your path with markers of grace. To perceive is to step into maturity. To recognize is to walk in alignment. And you, chosen one, are called to both. Chosen one. Mercy is moving around you like an invisible force, drawing you into a place you could never reach on your own. You may not feel it every moment, but heaven has been strategically positioning you, removing what hinders you, and realigning your path so you can step fully into destiny. What seems like chaos to the natural eye is in fact choreography by divine hands. Nothing you are going through right now is wasted. Mercy is not soft or sentimental. Mercy is strong, decisive, and sometimes painful. It prunes away the things you cling to but cannot carry. It closes doors that you beg to remain open. It pulls you out of patterns that were draining your spirit, even if those patterns once felt safe. Chosen one, mercy has stepped into your life, not to comfort your comfort, but to prepare you for battle and blessing. Think of it this way. A soldier cannot go into war carrying every possession from home. To survive and to win, they must be equipped with only what is essential. God is treating you as a soldier of light, stripping away the unnecessary so you can be strong in the day of confrontation. This is not cruelty. This is strategy. Heaven's mercy is preparing you to walk with authority where others stumble. Mercy, though often invisible, leaves undeniable evidence. Look back at the moments where you thought everything was falling apart, only to realize later you were spared from greater harm. These are footprints of mercy, reminders that heaven has been actively involved, redirecting your steps and ensuring you were never abandoned. In the days ahead, you will notice this same mercy opening pathways you never imagined and surrounding you with strength you didn't know you carried. When confusion rises, pause and remember, every detail is part of a larger design. Mercy is the hidden architect of your unfolding story. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This word is your assurance. Chosen one, even when you feel stripped bare, even when you are unsure how to move forward, God Himself is fighting for you. Mercy is not leaving you unprotected. It is surrounding you with the presence of a God who never loses. When everything in you wants to struggle, mercy invites you to rest, knowing that your victory is already secured. But here is the challenge. You must not resist the pruning of mercy. Too many cling to what God is trying to remove. They mistake mercy's cutting for cruelty, and in doing so, they prolong their wilderness. Chosen one, learn to trust the hand of the gardener. If he removes a branch, it is because he intends to make room for more fruit. If he cuts away a tie, it is because he intends to replace it with a covenant. What feels like loss is in fact increase disguised in pain. Mercy also teaches you the discipline of surrender. You cannot command mercy, you can only yield to it. Yielding feels unnatural to the human heart, because it means letting go of control. But in surrender, you discover freedom. In surrender, you learn that destiny does not come from your striving, but from God's orchestration. Chosen one, you are not the architect of your own calling, God is. And mercy ensures that no stone you lay in self-effort will block the foundation of His design. Consider how many times mercy has already saved you. The opportunity that fell through was mercy. The relationship that collapsed was mercy. The closed door that left you confused was mercy. Heaven saw traps you could not see, deceptions you could not discern, and mercy intervened. What you thought was rejection was actually protection. What you called delay was actually divine timing. Mercy has been walking with you far longer than you realized. And now, mercy is pulling you forward into alignment. This is why your old appetites no longer satisfy. This is why the crowd you once ran with no longer feels right. This is why even success in the old season feels empty. Mercy refuses to let you settle for less than the fullness of what God has spoken over your life. Chosen one, hear me clearly. This is not the season to cling to crumbs when a feast is prepared for you. This is not the time to beg for the attention of those who cannot recognize your worth. Mercy is calling you into a place where you no longer chase validation, but where you stand firm in identity. Your value was written in heaven long before the world had a chance to question it. This message is not only for you to hear, it is for you to carry. Others need to know that mercy is real, that God fights for His chosen, that pruning is not punishment but preparation. That is why I encourage you, with sincerity, to like and share this word. Not because of numbers or algorithms, but because someone else right now is on the edge of giving up. And they need to hear what heaven is saying. When you share, you become part of the chain of mercy, reaching them. And yes, if this message has stirred your spirit, I invite you to subscribe, not as an empty ritual, but as a way of remaining connected to the stream of truth and encouragement heaven is releasing. These words are not random, they are stepping stones guiding you through your season. By staying connected, you are choosing to walk in rhythm with the mercy that is already guiding you. Mercy, chosen one, is both shield and sword. It protects you from what you cannot fight, and it equips you to face what you must. It will not fail you. Trust it, yield to it, and allow it to prepare you for the victory already written in your story. Chosen one, you are not imagining it. The opposition has grown stronger. The shadows are pressing closer. The doubts are louder, and the temptations more subtle. This is not because you are weak, but because you are on the verge of breakthrough. The enemy senses what is rising within you, and so he throws his final tricks, his most desperate illusions, to keep you tethered to a life that is already slipping away. Darkness does not waste energy on the ordinary. It reserves its fiercest battles for those who carry extraordinary light. That is why your life has felt heavier than others. That is why the attacks seem relentless. You are not cursed. You are chosen. The adversary knows that if you step fully into your calling, chains will break, lives will be transformed, and the plans of hell will crumble. So he uses deception, not to overpower you, but to distract you. These final tricks often disguise themselves as comfort. The enemy whispers, "Just go back to what you know. It's easier there. At least it's familiar." He dresses old chains in the clothing of safety. He tempts you to trade destiny for predictability. But chosen one, you cannot go back. What once worked for you is now poison to your spirit. To return would not be safety, it would be self-destruction. Other tricks come through subtle compromise. It's only a small lie. It's just a minor delay. It's only once. But you must see it for what it is, a seed. Seeds grow. And what begins small can soon overtake the garden of your destiny. This is why heaven warns you to guard even the smallest decisions. One step of rebellion can cloud your vision. One seed of compromise can choke your fruit. Chosen one. Even silence can be one of the enemy's tricks. When prayers seem unanswered and the heavens feel quiet, the adversary whispers that you are forgotten. But you are not forgotten, you are being fortified. The silence is training your ears to hear God's whisper above every counterfeit voice. Another trick comes cloaked as urgency. Darkness pressures you to act hastily, to make choices without prayer or discernment. But haste is the enemy of wisdom. The Spirit calls you to pause, breathe, and wait on His timing. What feels delayed is often God positioning you for unstoppable breakthrough, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 11, put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Chosen one. You are not defenseless. You are not left unarmed. God has given you armor truth, righteousness, faith, salvation, the Word, and prayer. These are not abstract ideas, but weapons forged in the fire of eternity. When you clothe yourself in them daily, the enemy's tricks lose their power. Deception only works in the absence of light, but you carry light. And when you shine it, the schemes of darkness are exposed. Recognize too that the enemy often uses delay as a tactic. He whispers, tomorrow, later, another time. But later is the thief of destiny. Each time you delay obedience, the cost grows heavier. Mercy is patient. Yes, but mercy will not wait forever. There comes a time when postponement becomes rebellion. Chosen one, you are in that window now. You cannot afford to delay your surrender, your obedience, your yes. Sometimes the final trick is discouragement. The enemy whispers that you are too broken, too flawed, too late. He reminds you of your past failures and tries to convince you they define your future. But hear this, the blood of Jesus speaks a louder word. Your past is forgiven, your present is redeemed, and your future is sealed. Discouragement is a lie designed to chain you to shame. Do not believe it. When you sense the enemy circling, remind yourself he is not attacking your present, he is attacking your future. He fears what you are about to step into. That fear is proof of your power. If you were insignificant, the opposition would be minimal. But because you are chosen, the warfare is intense. Beloved, this is why your vigilance matters. You cannot afford to grow sleepy in this season. Stay awake. Guard your thoughts. Test every spirit. Discern every opportunity. Not every open door is divine. Some are traps dressed as blessings. But the Spirit within you will reveal truth if you remain sensitive. The good news is, this darkness is desperate. Its tricks are fierce but fleeting. Once you see through them, they lose their grip. Once you declare, I will not go back. I will not compromise. I will not delay. The chains shatter. The enemy has no answer for a chosen one who has made up their mind. And now, chosen one, I ask you to make a prophetic declaration. Comment the number 888 below. This number symbolizes new beginnings and resurrection life. It is your way of saying, I will not be fooled by the old tricks. I step into the new with clarity and strength. By typing this number, you align with heaven's decree and break agreement with the enemy's lies. Take courage. You are not fighting alone. Heaven's armies stand beside you. The Spirit of God lives within you. The Word of God covers you. No scheme of the enemy can prosper when you are clothed in light. These tricks are only the last sparks of a fire that is dying out. Soon, you will walk fully into the brightness of the new day prepared for you. So lift your head, stand firm, put on the armor, and remember, the final tricks of the enemy are not signs of your defeat. They are evidence of your imminent victory. Chosen one, there are depths inside you that even you have not discovered. For years, gifts have lain dormant within your spirit, hidden beneath layers of survival, fear, or distraction. But now, in this season of transition, those hidden strengths are beginning to awaken. It may feel unfamiliar at first, even uncomfortable. But what is stirring inside you is not foreign. It is who you have always been. You have endured hardship, and those hardships were not wasted. Every trial was a classroom. Every tear watered a seed. Every rejection carved out space for compassion. Every delay shaped endurance within you. These experiences, though painful, were preparation for this very awakening. What once seemed like weakness is being revealed as strength forged under pressure. Heaven hid these gifts until the right time, and that time is now. Do not expect this awakening to arrive with loud fanfare. Often, it appears in subtle moments, a sudden boldness in your speech, an insight that pierces confusion, a prayer that carries unusual weight, or an unexpected peace that steadies your spirit. These are the signs that your dormant gifts are coming alive. What once seemed like coincidence is now revealed as divine design. Yet with awakening comes responsibility. To carry hidden strengths is not only to wield power, but to walk in humility. Many fall here. They discover a gift and use it for recognition, forgetting that the gift was entrusted, not earned. But you, chosen one, are being taught a different way. You are called to steward your gifts as a vessel, not as a stage. When you serve rather than perform, heaven multiplies what you carry. The Spirit spoke through Paul in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 6. For this reason I remind you to fan into flame the gift of God, which is in you through the laying on of my hands. Chosen one, the fire is already in you. It may have looked like embers, but embers are not dead, they are waiting to be stirred. Your responsibility now is to fan the flame, to cultivate the gifts, to sharpen the tools heaven has placed in your hands. Ignoring them is not humility, it is disobedience. You cannot bury what God has entrusted. Hidden strengths often reveal themselves in areas you least expect. Perhaps you discover that your words carry unusual influence, that people lean in when you speak. Or maybe your presence shifts atmospheres, bringing peace into chaos without effort. Others may recognize it before you do, and they may say, "There's something different about you." Do not dismiss their observation, it is confirmation. But as these strengths awaken, the enemy will attempt to distort them. He will tempt you to misuse your influence, to take credit for what is divine, or to push ahead without proper timing. This is why humility is critical. A gift without humility is a weapon without control. But a gift carried with humility becomes a channel of healing, wisdom, and transformation. Consider also that your hidden strengths are not solely for you. They are entrusted for the sake of others. The light within you is not meant to remain concealed. It was placed there to illuminate dark places, to uplift the weary, to confront injustice, to declare truth. To hide it is to deny your calling. To share it is to fulfill it. Awakening will not always be comfortable. Sometimes, your hidden strengths will draw unwanted attention. People may misinterpret your confidence as arrogance or your clarity as defiance. Others may feel threatened by your growth. Do not shrink to make them comfortable. You are not called to diminish your light, to preserve someone else's shadows. Shine boldly, but stay rooted in grace. Awakening also means discipline. If you are discovering a new capacity for prayer, deepen it with consistency. If your insight is sharpening, ground it in Scripture. If your compassion grows, guard it with boundaries so it does not burn out. Gifts are like seeds. They grow best when tended, watered, and protected from pests. Stewardship will keep your awakening strong. Chosen one, understand that hidden strengths awaken gradually. Do not despise small beginnings. The seedling that first breaks the soil looks fragile, but it carries the blueprint of a mighty tree. Likewise, your emerging gifts may feel small, but heaven sees the full harvest ahead. Trust the process. Do not rush it. Allow God to pace your growth so your roots are deep before your branches spread wide. There will also be seasons of testing. God often tests the heart before He releases the full measure of the gift. He will allow situations that stretch your patience, your faith, and your humility. These tests are not punishment, they are preparation. Each test proves that you can be trusted with greater influence. Pass them, and your capacity expands. Resist them, and the process repeats. Remember, too, that awakening does not mean perfection. You will make mistakes as you learn to walk in your gifts. You may stumble, misstep, or misinterpret. Do not let these moments discourage you. Even failure can refine you, teaching wisdom and resilience. What matters is not flawlessness, but faithfulness. God is not looking for perfect vessels, but willing ones. Chosen one. The gifts within you are part of heaven's strategy against darkness. Your voice is not just a sound, it is a weapon. Your compassion is not just a feeling, it is a healing balm. Your endurance is not just survival, it is a testimony. Every hidden strength that awakens is a strike against the enemy, a declaration that light cannot be buried. So embrace this awakening. Fan the flame. Guard your heart with humility. Sharpen your gifts with discipline. And remember, you are not discovering something new, you are uncovering what was always inside you. Heaven placed it there before you were even born. Now, in this season, it is time for it to come alive. Chosen one. Not every departure in your life is a tragedy. Some separations are orchestrated by heaven itself. There comes a time when bonds that once felt unshakable begin to loosen, when voices that once carried authority no longer echo within your heart, when relationships that once defined you dissolve into silence. This is not betrayal of love, it is the work of destiny. The rift with old relationships is part of your transition, part of the pruning required for the new season you are stepping into. When God is leading you higher, not everyone can follow. The elevation of your spirit often means a separation in your circle. It does not mean those people are evil or unworthy. It means your paths are no longer aligned. To drag old bonds into new seasons is to carry dead weight. And heaven loves you too much to let you climb with burdens that will break you. You may ask, why must it hurt so much? Because your heart was attached. Connection always leaves an imprint. And when ties are severed, you feel it deeply. But do not confuse pain with error. Just because it hurts does not mean it is wrong. Sometimes the ache is evidence that something meaningful existed, but its purpose has been fulfilled. Think of Abraham, called to leave his homeland, his kindred, and his father's house. It was not because his family was evil, it was because his destiny required separation. If he had stayed, he would never have become the father of nations. Likewise, you are being called away, not because of hatred, but because your mission requires distance. The Spirit spoke through the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 34. Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword, chosen one. This verse reveals the reality of calling. The sword of destiny cuts between what was and what will be. It divides not only behaviors but sometimes even relationships. Jesus himself knew the pain of separation, and he teaches you that divine calling will always create division before it creates fulfillment. In these rifts, you may feel misunderstood. Those who once celebrated you may now question you. Some will label your obedience as arrogance, your boundaries as betrayal, your growth as rebellion. Do not be surprised by this. When you rise, not everyone will applaud. Some will resist because your transformation exposes their complacency. Your light makes their shadows uncomfortable. And rather than stepping into light, they may retreat into criticism. This is where your love must be tested. Can you bless even those who misunderstand you? Can you walk away without bitterness? Can you pray for their peace while embracing your distance? The true mark of spiritual maturity is not how loudly you celebrate those who support you, but how quietly you bless those who cannot walk with you. Understand also that some relationships are seasonal. They were assigned for a chapter, not the whole story. To demand permanence from what was meant to be temporary is to create unnecessary suffering. When you learn to honor the season of a bond without chaining it to forever, you gain freedom. You can say, "Thank you for walking with me this far," and release them with grace. Chosen one. Releasing relationships is not always about people walking away from you. Sometimes, heaven requires you to walk away from them. This is harder because it feels like betrayal. But you must discern, is this relationship helping me align with destiny? Or is it pulling me back into an identity I have already outgrown? If it is the latter, then to stay is disobedience. This is why the Spirit has been stirring discontent in your connections. Conversations that once thrilled, you now feel shallow. Companionship that once felt life-giving now drains you. It is not because you are ungrateful, it is because you are being prepared for deeper wells, higher places, richer communion. What once sustained you cannot sustain you anymore. In the rift, loneliness may strike. You may long for the comfort of familiar voices. But remember, God never takes without giving. The rift is always followed by replacement. New alignments are being prepared for you, relationships that will not weigh you down but lift you up. People who will recognize your calling and strengthen your walk. These divine connections are not built on convenience but on covenant. They are not tied by nostalgia, but by shared destiny. While you wait for them, let solitude do its work. Do not rush to fill the void with counterfeits. Let silence deepen your discernment. Let the absence of others sharpen your intimacy with God. When you are whole in Him, you will not cling desperately to people who cannot carry you. You will welcome those assigned by heaven without fear of losing them, because your foundation will no longer be human approval, but divine identity. The rift with old relationships also teaches you to guard your heart. Every bond is an exchange of energy, of influence, of spirit. When you allow wrong voices to linger, they distort your clarity. Heaven is protecting your frequency by cutting off interference. What feels like rejection is actually preservation of your spiritual signal. You may be tempted to plead, to explain, to prove yourself, but resist the urge. You do not owe explanations to everyone who questions you. Your obedience is your validation. Your fruit will speak louder than your defense. Time will reveal what words cannot. When the rift is orchestrated by heaven, no argument can mend it, and no explanation is required. Chosen one, remember this truth: you are not called to everyone. You are called to someone. To cling to everyone is to dilute your assignment. To release some is to focus on those whom heaven has entrusted to you. This is not selfishness, it is stewardship. So do not fear the rift. Do not curse the silence. Do not despise the distance. Each parting is a prophecy. It says you are moving forward. It says your circle is being refined. It says you are being prepared for companions who will walk with you into destiny. And when those companions come, you will recognize them. Their presence will not drain you but ignite you. Their words will not confuse you but confirm you. Their faith will not compete with yours but strengthen it. With them, your calling will flourish. And with them, your journey will be multiplied. Until then, embrace the rift with old relationships as part of your sacred process. It is not abandonment. It is advancement. It is not rejection. It is redirection. Heaven is shaping your circle as carefully as it is shaping your soul. Chosen one, the places you least expected have become your classrooms. The very trials you begged God to remove have been transformed into divine training grounds. Every tear, every disappointment, every delay, none of them were wasted. Heaven has been tutoring you through life itself. And though the process has been painful, it is producing strength you could never have forged in comfort. Understand this: training is not punishment. Training is preparation. Athletes are pushed beyond their limits so that when the real competition comes, they will endure. Soldiers march until their muscles burn so that in battle they do not break. In the same way, you have been placed in circumstances that stretch your spirit, not because you were forgotten, but because you were being prepared. You may look around and wonder why your journey has seemed harder than others. Why do they get by so easily while you have been tested again and again, beloved? The difference is calling. You are chosen. With greater calling comes greater preparation. If you are to carry weight that others cannot, you must be trained in ways that others are not. This is not cruelty. This is strategy. Look back for a moment. The rejections that once shattered you taught you endurance. The betrayals that cut you deeply taught you discernment. The waiting seasons where nothing seemed to move taught you patience. And the storms that threatened to destroy you taught you how to anchor your soul in God alone. Every hardship was a lesson wrapped in pain, a test designed to produce mastery. The Spirit spoke through the letter to the Hebrews. Chapter 12, verse 11. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for the trained. Chosen one, this is your reality. Discipline has not been pleasant, but it has been purposeful. You are not the same person you were before the fire. You are stronger. You are wiser. You are sharper. You have scars. Yes, but they are not marks of defeat. They are badges of survival. Proof that you endured what others could not. Trials have taught you how to pray when words fail, how to believe when sight deceives, and how to stand when your legs shake. They have trained you to see through deception, to recognize the difference between counterfeit and genuine. They have sharpened your hearing so that even the faintest whisper of God can redirect your steps. And now, chosen one, your training is reaching a new level. You are being prepared not just for survival, but for leadership. Training in obscurity always precedes revelation in public. Just as David was trained in the fields before he ever stood before Goliath, you are being trained in hidden places for battles that will one day be visible. Do not despise the field. Do not curse the wilderness. They are your preparation ground. It is easy to forget this truth when the trial is fierce. You may cry, "Why me? Lord, why this again?" But heaven answers, because you are chosen, because you are trusted, because what you carry must be refined. Training is not given to the careless. It is entrusted to those with destiny. Chosen one, I must tell you, training does not end when you feel ready. It ends when heaven declares you ready. This is why some lessons repeat. When you resist, the training prolongs. When you submit, the process accelerates. The quicker you yield, the sooner you advance. There is something holy about endurance. To endure is to defy the plans of darkness. Every time you stand after being knocked down, you declare to the unseen realm that you cannot be destroyed. Your endurance terrifies the enemy, because it proves that no matter what he throws at you, you will rise again. But remember, this training is not only about hardship. Training also comes through small victories. When you remain kind in the face of cruelty, when you choose truth over convenience, when you trust God in the silence, these are victories that strengthen your spiritual muscles. Do not overlook them. Each small win is a rehearsal for greater battles ahead. This is why you must not waste your pain. Ask God, what are you teaching me here? When you frame every hardship as a lesson, you disarm discouragement. Pain without purpose leads to despair, but pain with purpose births power. And chosen one, your pain has always had purpose. Now, I invite you to respond with a simple prophetic act. Comment, I hear you. Lord, this declaration is more than words on a screen. It is a statement of surrender, a choice to embrace training rather than resent it. By typing these words, you are aligning yourself with heaven's perspective. You are saying, I will not waste my trials. I will not curse my lessons. I hear, and I obey. Do not underestimate the weight of such a confession. It shifts the atmosphere within you. It takes you from victim to warrior, from questioning to understanding, from resistance to readiness. It marks the moment when you decide to let training do its perfect work. Chosen one, This season of training is not endless. Every classroom has a graduation day. The lessons you are enduring now are shaping you for responsibilities you cannot yet imagine. And when the time comes, the very things that once broke you will become the foundation of your authority. You will comfort the broken because you know the taste of pain. You will guide the lost because you remember the wilderness. You will lead with humility because you were once overlooked. So, endure, lean in, listen, let every hardship shape you. Heaven is not wasting a single detail. And soon, you will discover that the very fire you prayed to escape was the fire that made you unshakable. Chosen one, release is holy work. Letting go is not weakness. It is worship. Too many hold on to what heaven is trying to remove, mistaking clinging for faith. But true faith is not grasping, it is trusting. To release is to say, God, I believe you know better than I do. That act of surrender is not defeat, it is victory in its purest form. You have been through the unraveling. You have grieved the old self. You have seen the signs and recognized the shifts. Now the Spirit whispers permission to let go. The ties that once defined you have served their purpose. The season they belonged to is finished. Carrying them further would not only weigh you down, it would poison the soil of your new life. Letting go is not only about people or places. It is about patterns, identities, and self-definitions that no longer serve you. The version of you who needed constant approval must die so that the version of you who walks in divine confidence can live. The version of you who tolerated cycles of compromise must die so that the version of you who stands unshaken in holiness can live. Heaven is granting you permission to stop dragging the corpse of the past. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Philippians, chapter 3, verse 13. But one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead. This is not casual advice, it is divine instruction. Forgetting does not mean erasing memory. It means releasing the grip of the past so it no longer dictates your future. Paul himself carried scars, failures, and regrets. But he understood that destiny requires focus. You cannot run forward while constantly looking backward. To let go is to free both your hands and your heart for what is coming. But letting go is not easy. Your emotions resist. They whisper, "What if I need this later? What if I regret leaving?" The enemy feeds these whispers, fueling fear and doubt. Yet, hear me clearly, what God is calling you to release has no future in your story. If it did, He would not ask you to let it go. Obedience may hurt in the moment, but it always heals in the end. Think of Israel leaving Egypt. They carried memories of meat and bread, longing for the comfort of slavery when freedom felt uncertain. Their inability to let go delayed their promise. The wilderness was never meant to last 40 years, but their clinging to the past chained them in cycles of disobedience. Chosen one, do not repeat their mistake. Let go when God says, release. The act of letting go is not only for you, it blesses others too. When you release relationships with grace, you allow people the freedom to find their path. When you release places with gratitude, you leave a blessing behind. When you release patterns with humility, you give testimony to others that change is possible. Your release becomes a ripple of redemption. Chosen one, this is your invitation to open your hands. Picture the things you have been clutching. Lay them down at the altar. Whisper to heaven, I release it. Do not wait until it is ripped from you. Release it freely, and watch how God replaces it with what is far greater. And while you process this release, I want to pause with sincerity. If this word resonates with you, if it feels like God is speaking directly to your heart, I encourage you to like, share, and subscribe, not as a routine, but as a way of spreading this truth to others who may be clinging when God is whispering, "Let go." Someone else is waiting for this confirmation, and your simple act of sharing could be the very tool heaven uses to reach them. Subscribing keeps you connected to this flow of words, reminding you that you are not walking this journey alone. Now, chosen one, let us return to your heart. Release does not empty you, it prepares you. Just as a tree sheds leaves in autumn to conserve strength for spring, you are shedding what no longer serves your destiny. The branches may look bare for a season, but soon new fruit will appear, richer than before. Do not mourn the leaves, anticipate the harvest. Release also guards you from stagnation. To carry old cycles into new seasons is to block the flow of life. You were not created to remain the same year after year. Transformation is your inheritance. Every release is an upgrade. Every surrender an ascension. To resist release is to resist your own evolution. The deeper your release, the greater your capacity to receive. If your hands are already full, you cannot grasp what heaven is offering. But when you open your grip, you create space. Heaven rushes to fill that space with joy, purpose, and abundance. Release empties you so that God can fill you. So, take courage. The old cannot hold you. The new is waiting. With every tear that falls as you let go, a seed of joy is planted. And soon, that seed will bloom into a future so radiant it will make sense of all the losses. Release is not the end, it is the threshold of resurrection. Chosen one, heaven speaks in seasons, just as the earth shifts through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Your soul passes through rhythms designed by God. Each season carries its own language, its own lessons, and its own pace. To walk in wisdom is to recognize these seasons and align with them, rather than resisting their flow. There are times when God calls you to sow. This is a season of planting, pouring effort, obedience, and even sacrifice into ground that looks barren. The seeds you plant may not sprout immediately, and discouragement may whisper, "What's the use?" But do not be deceived by silence. Seeds hidden beneath the soil are working where your eyes cannot see. Heaven records every prayer, every act of obedience, every step of faith. The harvest always follows sowing, though the timing belongs to God. Other times, you enter a season of hiddenness. It feels like winter, quiet, cold, stripped bare. Doors that were once open seem locked. Opportunities seem distant, and your own heart may feel numb. Yet winter is not punishment, it is preservation. Trees in winter conserve strength for the growth of spring. Roots grow deeper when branches are bare. Likewise, your hidden seasons deepen your dependence on God, teaching you to live by faith rather than applause. Then comes the season of harvest. In this time, what you planted in tears begins to rise in joy. Opportunities align, doors open, favor increases. But harvest is not only for feasting, it is also for stewardship. To harvest well is to gather without waste. to share without pride, and to prepare for the next cycle of sowing. Too many squander their harvest on fleeting desires, but you, chosen one, are called to treat abundance as an assignment. And then there are seasons of battle. These are marked by resistance, opposition, and spiritual warfare. In such times, you cannot afford complacency. The armor of God must be your daily clothing. The word must be your sword. Prayer must be your breath. In seasons of battle, victory is not found in avoiding conflict, but in standing firm. You learn to trust that the Lord fights for you and that your endurance terrifies the enemy. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." Chosen one. This verse is not poetic decoration, it is revelation. Your life is not random, it is rhythmic. To misread your season is to walk in frustration. To discern your season is to walk in peace. Many stumble not because they lack faith, but because they demand spring in the middle of winter, or they hoard in harvest instead of sowing again. Wisdom is to flow with God's timing. Pay attention to the signs of your season. Restlessness may signal the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Fruitfulness may reveal a harvest season. Silence may indicate hiddenness. Warfare may announce promotion. Each carries its own purpose, and each is temporary. No season lasts forever. Winter gives way to spring. Night yields to morning. Delay eventually shifts to breakthrough. This is the cycle of heaven, and you are part of it. The danger lies in resisting. When you fight to hold on to yesterday's season, you delay tomorrow's blessing. Israel longed for Egypt in their wilderness season, and their longing trapped them in cycles of wandering. You cannot cling to what is finished. You must discern when a season is closing. Thank God for its lessons, and step forward. Discernment requires intimacy with God. Seasons are not always obvious to the natural eye. Sometimes a door closes gently, sometimes it slams. Sometimes opportunities seem abundant while God whispers, "Rest." Sometimes silence covers you while God is preparing abundance. Only in prayer, scripture, and stillness can you interpret the language of your season. Chosen one. Your ability to perceive seasons will guard your strength. When you know it is winter, you do not curse the barrenness you conserve. When you know it is battle, you do not demand ease, you stand. When you know it is harvest, you do not waste, you steward. When you know it is sowing, you do not despair at emptiness, you trust. This is wisdom, and it is your inheritance. There is also a prophetic rhythm to your personal seasons. They align with God's larger plan in the earth. What you endure privately often echoes what is happening corporately. When you feel sudden intensity, know that heaven is aligning the body of Christ as a whole. Your individual seasons are threads in a greater tapestry. You are not isolated, you are woven into a divine pattern. Seasons also remind you of humility. No matter how powerful, gifted, or anointed you are, you cannot command the seasons. They belong to God alone. Your role is not control but cooperation. To demand summer in the middle of winter is to exhaust yourself. But to cooperate with God's timing is to find peace even in barrenness. Chosen one. Remember this truth: God wastes no season, not one. The silent ones grow your roots. The painful ones sharpen your discernment. The abundant ones expand your influence. The warfare ones prove your strength. Each carries treasure hidden within it, waiting for you to uncover. Your responsibility is not to escape seasons, but to embrace them with trust. So step into this moment with awareness. Ask yourself, what season am I in? What is God teaching me here? What rhythm is He inviting me to align with? When you ask these questions sincerely, the Spirit will answer. He delights to guide you, and He will not leave you in confusion. Chosen one, your seasons are not random cycles, they are divine choreography. Heaven is writing your story with precision. Trust the timing. Honor the process. And know that whatever season you are in today will give way to another. Nothing remains static. All moves forward. And you, too, are moving forward, even when it feels still. Chosen one. Sometimes the shift comes suddenly. One moment you are walking in routine, going through the motions, and the next you feel the tug of heaven pulling you into the unknown. It might come through a phone call, a conversation, a dream in the night, or even an interruption in your schedule. This is the nature of divine invitations. They rarely arrive at convenient times, but they always arrive at the appointed time. A sudden invitation may appear like an open door you never expected. Perhaps a new opportunity arises, one that seems beyond your qualifications, or a person steps into your life, carrying a word that resonates with your spirit. Or perhaps it is quieter still, the gentle but unmistakable prompting to take a step of obedience you have long delayed. These moments are holy interruptions, evidence that heaven has marked you for transition. But, chosen one, not every invitation is divine. Some doors open to distract, not to deliver. Some voices speak to pull you backward rather than propel you forward. This is why discernment is critical. The enemy knows you are on the edge of destiny, so he will present counterfeits that look appealing but carry hidden snares. The wrong invitation can drain your strength, delay your progress, and distort your clarity. Every genuine invitation from heaven carries a weight of peace, even when it challenges you. Peace does not mean comfort, but a deep assurance that whispers, "This is the way." Counterfeit doors may glitter with promise, but they leave you restless, doubting, and drained. Pay attention to your spirit. It knows the difference even when your mind hesitates. Divine invitations often expose hidden fears. When God calls you higher, the fear of inadequacy rises. When He calls you forward, the fear of loss trembles. Do not interpret fear as a sign to turn back. Fear is proof that you are stepping into territory larger than yourself, territory where grace will meet you. Sometimes, the sudden invitation comes disguised as interruption. What looks like inconvenience is often an opportunity in disguise. A cancelled plan may position you for a divine encounter. An unexpected delay may place you at the right place at the right time. Heaven orchestrates detours to align you with your appointed moment. Chosen one. Invitations also test your priorities. When the call comes, will you choose comfort or calling? Will you cling to safety or step into destiny? Every yes to God requires a no to something lesser. The invitation is not just about entering a door, it is about leaving behind what cannot cross with you. And know this, obedience to one invitation often unlocks another. The yes you give today creates momentum for tomorrow. Heaven rarely reveals the full map, only the next step. Trust that as you obey in the small, greater doors will appear. Your path will unfold step by step until the picture of your destiny is clear. The Spirit warns us in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 10, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full." This is your test. Will you recognize the difference between invitations that lead to life and those that lead to loss? Invitations from God always align with His Word, confirm the peace of His Spirit, and draw you closer to His purpose. Counterfeit invitations flatter your ego, appeal to impatience, or feed old wounds. Learn to pause before stepping, pray before deciding, seek counsel before moving. In discernment lies your safety. A sudden invitation may require sacrifice. When Jesus called the disciples, they left their nets immediately. They abandoned careers, security, and familiarity to follow Him into the unknown. Their yes changed history. Chosen one, your sudden invitation may not look dramatic, but it will demand courage. You may have to leave behind a safe routine, decline an offer that feels tempting, or step into a role that terrifies you. Do not shrink back. Heaven never calls you into something that grace cannot sustain. There is urgency in these moments. Invitations from heaven are time-sensitive. When God says, "Now," delay becomes disobedience. Too often, people wait for the perfect circumstances, the perfect resources, the perfect timing, but perfect conditions never arrive. The call comes, and faith answers. Remember Abraham, he went without knowing where, because God spoke. Remember Mary, she said yes, though she could not comprehend the fullness of her assignment. Heaven's invitations rarely explain everything, they simply ask for your trust. And when you respond, transformation begins. A sudden invitation is rarely about the task itself. It is about the person you become through obedience. The disciples did not just become fishers of men, they became apostles who turned the world upside down. Likewise, your yes will unlock hidden strengths, reveal divine connections, and usher you into impact far beyond what you can see now. But what if you hesitate? What if you ignore the invitation? Know this, God's mercy is great. But missed invitations carry cost. Opportunities may not return in the same form. Delay can create detours that extend your wilderness. Do not let fear silence your obedience. Courage may tremble, but it still says yes. Chosen one, I urge you, when heaven interrupts you, recognize it, that text, that call, that stirring it is not random, it is divine. Step forward. Even if you do not see the whole picture, heaven's invitation is always greater than your fear. And now, as a prophetic act of agreement, I invite you to comment the number 444 below. This number is a symbol of divine order, stability, and alignment with heaven's plan. By typing it, you are declaring, I accept heaven's invitation. I will walk through the door God opens. I choose alignment over fear. Do not underestimate this small act. It is a declaration in the unseen realm, a sign that you are saying yes to the new. Chosen one, invitations will continue to come, some small and some life-changing. Train your spirit to recognize them. Do not despise the small ones, they prepare you for the greater. Each yes builds momentum, shaping you into the person who can carry the weight of destiny. So listen closely. Stay sensitive. Heaven is calling. The invitation is here. And the choice is yours. Chosen one. One of the most profound shifts in this season is the way heaven is teaching you to reclaim time and space. You may not realize it, but your calendar and your environment are prophetic battlegrounds. How you use your hours, how you guard your surroundings, and how you steward your energy determine how much of your calling you can carry. The old life trained you to scatter yourself thin, to give pieces of yourself to everything and everyone. But the Spirit is now calling you to alignment. Time is sacred. Every second you are given is a gift that will never be repeated. Yet the world has taught you to treat time casually, as if it were endless. You filled your days with distractions, obligations, and patterns that drained you, mistaking busyness for purpose. But busyness is not fruitfulness. To be busy without direction is to run in circles, to exhaust yourself without advancing. The Spirit is teaching you now to discern the difference between what is urgent and what is important, between what drains and what builds. This shift requires boundaries. Not every request deserves a yes. Not every invitation deserves your presence. Not every task deserves your attention. You are not called to be everywhere, to do everything, or to satisfy everyone. You are called to steward your time so that it reflects the priorities of heaven. This may mean declining opportunities that look good but are not aligned. It may mean saying no to people who only take without sowing. It may even mean walking away from patterns that once felt harmless but now eat away at your energy. The Spirit reminds us through the book of Psalms, chapter 90, verse 12, "Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom." Chosen one. Numbering your days is not about anxiety, it is about awareness. To number your days is to recognize that time is limited and must be invested wisely. It is to live intentionally, not reactively. When you see your time as sacred, you stop wasting it on things that neither honor God nor move you toward destiny. You begin to treat your calendar as an altar, laying each day before the Lord in surrender. Space, too, is holy. Your physical surroundings carry atmosphere, and atmosphere shapes your spirit. The clutter around you often mirrors the clutter within you. This is why heaven is prompting you to clear out, to make room, to create environments where peace can dwell. Do not underestimate the power of order in your home, in your workspace, in your personal sanctuary. When your space reflects clarity, your mind and spirit align more easily with God's voice. Reclaiming space also means being intentional about who has access to it. Not everyone should enter your inner circle, and not every voice should echo in your environment. Guard your atmosphere. Protect the places where you pray, where you create, where you rest. When your space is polluted with noise and distraction, your discernment dulls. But when your space is saturated with peace, worship, and stillness, your discernment sharpens. There is also the matter of reclaiming emotional space. Too often, you have allowed the weight of others' expectations, dramas, and demands to crowd your inner world. You cannot carry everyone's burdens. You were not designed to solve every problem or absorb every storm. The Spirit is teaching you to release what does not belong to you, to stop carrying what was never assigned. This is not selfishness, it is obedience. When you carry more than you were meant to, you collapse under the weight. But when you carry only what God places in your hands, you find strength. Reclaiming time and space is also an act of warfare. The enemy loves to scatter, to distract, to clutter. He knows that if he can steal your hours and overwhelm your surroundings, he can delay your destiny without ever stopping you directly. This is why vigilance matters. You must guard your schedule with the same declutter your home, declutter your heart. As you remove what no longer serves your destiny, you will find that energy returns, creativity flows, and your spirit rests in peace. Understand this truth. Reclaiming time and space is not just about efficiency, it is about alignment. When your schedule reflects heaven's priorities, when your environment carries heaven's atmosphere, when your emotions are free from unnecessary weights, you are positioned to walk in power. Alignment is the soil where miracles grow. This reclamation is not a one-time act, it is a discipline. Each day, you must ask, does this belong in my time? Does this belong in my space? Does this belong in my heart? These questions keep you sharp, keep you focused, keep you aligned. Without them, you drift back into old cycles of scattering. With them, you step into intentional living. Chosen one, your time and space are prophetic. How you treat them speaks of what you value. If you scatter them, you declare that your life is without direction. If you steward them, you declare that your life belongs to God. Heaven is watching not only how you pray, but how you plan, not only how you worship, but how you walk, not only how you feel, but how you organize. All of it matters. So rise up and reclaim. Your days are precious. Your space is holy. Your heart is sacred. Refuse to give them cheaply. Live intentionally. Create atmospheres of peace. And guard your inner world. In doing so, you prepare yourself for the fullness of destiny, for the weight of glory, for the calling that demands your whole being. Chosen one, there comes a point in the journey when God holds up a mirror before you. It is not the mirror of vanity, nor the mirror of human judgment, but the mirror of truth. In this mirror, you see not the mask you've worn for survival, nor the roles you've played to satisfy others, but the raw image of who you are becoming in God's hands. This is both beautiful and terrifying. The mirror of truth does not flatter. It does not adjust lighting or angles to make you appear better than you are. It reflects what is real, the progress you've made, the flaws still present, the wounds still healing, the strength rising within you. For some, the sight is humbling. For others, it is overwhelming. But for you, chosen one, it is necessary. You cannot step fully into your new life while clinging to illusions about yourself. Truth is freedom, yet truth first unsettles before it liberates. When God shows you the mirror, He reveals both the glory He has placed within you and the shadows that still need His refining fire. You may see courage you didn't know was there, faith you didn't realize had grown, resilience stronger than you imagined. But you may also see fear still lurking, pride still whispering, bitterness still clinging. The mirror reveals both because God intends to heal both. The Spirit reminds us through the book of James, chapter 1, verses 23 and 24, anyone who listens to the word but does not do what it says is like someone who looks at his face in a mirror and, after looking at himself, goes away and immediately forgets what he looks like. Chosen one, this scripture warns you do not turn from the mirror too quickly. Do not glance at what God reveals and then pretend you did not see it. The temptation to ignore truth is strong, especially when it exposes weakness. But ignoring the truth does not erase it. It only delays your healing. What God reveals, He intends to transform. The mirror of truth is not condemnation, it is invitation. God does not show you the cracks in your foundation to shame you, but to repair you. He does not expose hidden wounds to humiliate you, but to heal you. The mirror is a tool of love, even when it feels sharp. To embrace it is to embrace freedom. At times, you may wish for the comfort of ignorance. It feels easier not to know, not to confront, not to change. But ignorance is a prison. Only truth sets free. Chosen one. The courage to face the mirror is the courage to embrace transformation. It is saying, I will no longer hide from myself. I will no longer live in illusion. I will see, and I will become. In the mirror, you may also see how heaven sees you. The scars you despised are revealed as marks of survival. The weaknesses you hid are transformed into testimonies of God's strength. The humility you thought was shame becomes the very crown that qualifies you for leadership. The mirror shows you what the world missed, the fingerprint of God etched into your soul. But there is danger in misusing the mirror. If you look too long at your flaws without remembering grace, you fall into despair. If you look too long at your strengths without remembering dependence, you fall into pride. The mirror must always be viewed through the lens of God's mercy. It shows the whole picture: weakness and strength, brokenness and beauty, shadow and light. Only in Christ are they all redeemed. Chosen one. The mirror also confronts the masks you've worn. Perhaps you wore the mask of strength while secretly feeling weak. Perhaps you wore the mask of joy while hiding sorrow. Perhaps you wore the mask of belonging while carrying loneliness. In the mirror, masks dissolve. God says, I see you, not the version you pretend to be, but the one I created. This confrontation may sting, but it is liberating. To be seen truly is to be loved truly. When you embrace the mirror, you step into authenticity. You no longer need to strive for approval or hide behind performance. You begin to live from the inside out, guided by truth rather than perception. Authenticity does not mean perfection, it means alignment. Your words match your heart. Your actions match your convictions. Your life reflects the image in the mirror. This mirror moment is also prophetic. What you see now is not only who you are, but who you are becoming. The glimpses of courage will grow into boldness. The flickers of faith will ignite into fire. The scars will become testimonies. The flaws will be refined into wisdom. God shows you the mirror not to lock you into the present, but to give you vision for the future. Do not fear what you see. Even the uncomfortable revelations are gifts. If God shows you pride, it is because He is ready to humble you into greatness. If He shows you fear, it is because He is ready to clothe you in courage. If He shows you wounds, it is because He is ready to pour oil and bind them. Nothing revealed is beyond His power to redeem. Chosen one. Lift your eyes to the mirror of truth today. Do not shrink back. Do not turn away. Gaze into it with courage, and let the Spirit speak. Let Him affirm what is growing and convict what must change. Let Him remind you who you are and who you are becoming. This is not the world's mirror of judgment, but but heaven's mirror of destiny. And when you walk away from it, do not forget what you saw. Carry it with you. Live it out. Let the mirror transform you daily until your reflection matches His image more and more. This is the journey, not perfection in a moment, but transformation over time. Chosen one. The mirror of truth is both revelation and invitation. It is God saying, I see you. I know you. I am shaping you. Stand in front of it boldly. For what it shows you today will prepare you for the glory that awaits tomorrow. Chosen one. There is a kind of strength that is not found in noise, not proven in crowds, not displayed in endless activity. It is the strength of sacred solitude. You have known the press of people's voices, the expectations of family, the weight of responsibilities, and the pull of constant noise. Yet, in this moment of transition, heaven is drawing you into stillness. Do not mistake solitude for abandonment. It is not rejection, it is invitation. When God wants to sharpen a life for destiny, He often hides it for a time. David was hidden in the fields, Moses in the wilderness, Joseph in prison, Paul in Arabia. Even Jesus withdrew to lonely places to pray. Solitude has always been the forge of calling. It strips away distraction, silences noise, and refines your hearing until the whisper of God becomes unmistakable. In solitude, you face yourself without disguise. The noise of others no longer shields you from your own thoughts. The masks you wear for survival fall away. It is in these moments that God reveals who you are and who you are becoming. Solitude does not weaken you, it strengthens you. It draws you into intimacy with the one who sees beyond your surface. Solitude also teaches you endurance. Without constant affirmation from others, you learn to stand on the promises of God alone. It trains you not to be swayed by the applause or rejection of people. In this place, your faith roots dig deeper, anchoring you in a foundation that cannot be shaken by shifting circumstances. It is in solitude that creativity awakens. Without the noise of comparison, your spirit begins to imagine again. New ideas, fresh visions, and divine strategies emerge. What once felt dormant suddenly stirs to life. You realize that solitude is not empty silence, but fertile soil. A place where heaven plants seeds that will one day grow into movements. Sacred solitude also breaks unhealthy dependencies. When you realize you can hear God's voice without a mediator, you stop chasing constant validation. When you discover peace in silence, you stop fearing loneliness. Solitude reveals that you are whole in Christ, lacking nothing, needing no counterfeit crutches to feel complete. That revelation is liberating. Do not underestimate how solitude heals. The pace of the world often reopens wounds, but stillness allows them to close. In quiet, the Spirit applies oil to your soul, binding up what has been torn. You emerge not only rested but restored. Healing that would take years in noise happens quickly in silence. Finally, solitude sharpens mission. By withdrawing, you remember why you were chosen in the first place. You hear again the original call that first stirred your heart. And when you re-emerge, you step forward not with confusion but with clarity, not with hesitation but with conviction. Solitude transforms you from wandering soul into focused warrior, ready for the assignment ahead. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30. Verse 15. In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength. Chosen one. Your strength is not in constant motion. It is in quiet trust. Rest is not laziness. Silence is not weakness. They are weapons of the Spirit. In silence, you gather strength. In rest, you find clarity. In solitude, you hear heaven's strategies. These moments of withdrawal are not wasted. They are the very soil where your next victories are born. But solitude is not always comfortable. At first, it may feel empty. The silence may seem heavy. The stillness unfamiliar. Your mind may scream for distraction. Yet it is in pushing past that discomfort that breakthrough comes. The more you yield, the more your heart opens. You discover that solitude is not emptiness, it is fullness. It is the fullness of presence without noise, of intimacy without pretense, of God without interruption. In solitude, the Spirit begins to rewire your priorities. What once felt urgent suddenly seems trivial. What once consumed your energy no longer matters. You realize how much of your life was built on chasing approval, responding to demands, and seeking affirmation. In solitude, you learn that you are already approved, already chosen, already loved. You are free to live from that truth, not for it. Solitude also trains your discernment. Without the constant opinions of others, you learn to test every thought. Is this God's voice or my own? Is this direction heaven-sent or self-made? In stillness, your discernment sharpens. You become able to sense shifts in the spirit that would be drowned out in noise. You grow sensitive to subtle guidance, the kind of whispers that direct your steps with precision. Chosen one, do not run from solitude. Do not fill every moment with distraction. Learn to sit, to breathe, to listen. This is where your deepest transformation occurs. You are not being punished by being set apart. You are being prepared. Heaven is placing you in solitude so that when the noise returns, you will not be swayed. You will carry peace into chaos, clarity into confusion, and strength into weakness. Now, I must speak to you directly. If these words resonate in your spirit, if you know God is calling you into sacred solitude, then I encourage you to like this message. Share it with someone who needs to hear it. And subscribe to stay aligned with the flow of words heaven is releasing here. These simple acts are not just digital habits, they are ways of saying, yes, I hear and I receive. And when you comment, you leave behind a marker of your agreement, a testimony for yourself and a witness for others. Solitude is not forever. It is a season, and seasons shift. But while you are here, embrace it fully. Journal the whispers you hear. Pray with intention. Rest deeply. Allow yourself to be reshaped without rushing the process. For when this season ends, you will step into the next with strength others will not understand. They will wonder where your peace comes from, and you will know it was forged in silence. Chosen one. Sacred solitude is a gift. Treat it as such. It is the pause between battles, the breath before the declaration, the stillness before the storm breaks. Do not despise it. Do not fear it. Embrace it. And when the time comes to step forward again, you will carry within you a stillness that no storm can shake. Chosen one. Every step you take in this journey is measured not by the ease of the path, but by the obedience of your heart. Obedience is not a suggestion, it is the very currency of heaven. Many pray for breakthrough, for miracles, for elevation. But heaven weighs obedience above all. Where obedience flows, blessing follows. Where disobedience lingers, even the most fervent prayers feel unanswered. Obedience is costly. It is not about convenience, it is about sacrifice. When Abraham was asked to leave his homeland, he obeyed without knowing where he was going. When Noah was told to build an ark in a place where rain had never fallen, he obeyed and endured the ridicule of his generation. When Mary was chosen to carry the Messiah, she obeyed despite the scandal it would bring. Each of these chosen ones paid a price, but the cost was always outweighed by the glory of God's fulfillment. You, too, are being invited into costly obedience. It may look like releasing a habit that comforts you but corrodes your spirit. It may look like walking away from a relationship that anchors you to the past. It may look like pursuing a calling that feels bigger than your resources. Whatever form it takes, obedience will always stretch you beyond comfort. The Spirit declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 2, "All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God." This promise reveals the principle: obedience is the key that unlocks blessing. Blessing is not earned by striving, it is released by surrender. When you obey, you align with heaven's design, and heaven responds with favor. It is not about perfection, but about willingness. God does not expect flawless execution, but He does expect a surrendered heart. Yet, obedience will always confront the self. The self wants control, comfort, and predictability. Obedience demands trust, risk, and surrender. The self wants to see the entire plan. Obedience asks you to take the first step without a map. The self wants applause. Obedience often requires silence and hiddenness. To choose obedience is to crucify self daily. Obedience also refines your motives. It is easy to obey when obedience promises visible reward. But what about when obedience seems to cost more than it gives? What about when obedience brings isolation instead of recognition? These are the tests that prove whether you love God for His gifts or for His presence. True obedience is not transactional, it is relational. It flows not from what you hope to gain, but from who you trust Him to be. Consider the story of Saul, Israel's first king. He offered a sacrifice in disobedience, trying to secure God's favor through ritual rather than trust. The prophet Samuel told him, "To obey is better than sacrifice." This truth still holds. God does not delight in grand gestures that bypass His command. He delights in hearts that hear and obey. Chosen one. Obedience is not only about major life decisions, it is also about daily choices. Will you forgive when wronged? Will you choose integrity when no one is watching? Will you remain faithful in prayer when answers seem delayed? These small acts of obedience form the foundation of your character. Great callings are built on consistent daily yeses. Obedience is not without warfare. The enemy knows its power, so he attacks it with delay, distraction, and doubt. He whispers, "Did God really say that?" He tempts you to procrastinate, to rationalize, to compromise. Recognize these whispers for what they are: schemes to disconnect you from destiny. When you hear them, respond with resolve. Yes, God has spoken, and I will obey. Sometimes Obedience will isolate you. Others may not understand. They may question your decisions, misinterpret your motives, or accuse you of arrogance. Do not let their misunderstanding deter you. You are accountable to heaven, not to human approval. Those who questioned Noah eventually saw the rain. Those who doubted Abraham eventually saw the nation. Your obedience will justify itself in time. Obedience also requires patience. You may expect immediate reward, but often the fruit takes time to manifest. Seeds obeyed today may not sprout until tomorrow or even years later. Do not confuse delay with denial. God honors every yes, even if the harvest is hidden for a season. In the waiting, your obedience is still producing unseen results. Chosen one, understand that obedience is an act of love. Jesus said, "If you love me, keep my commands." Obedience is how love proves itself. Words of affection are easy. Actions of surrender are costly. When you obey, you declare with your life, "I trust you more than myself. I value your word more than my desires." That declaration shakes the heavens and terrifies the enemy. There is a paradox in obedience. What feels like loss is always gain. Abraham's willingness to sacrifice Isaac was met with provision. Peter's willingness to leave his nets was met with destiny. Your willingness to surrender will always be met with something greater. It may not come in the form you expect, but it will always align with God's promise. Let obedience become your rhythm. Begin each day by asking, "Lord, what is my yes today?" Sometimes it will be small, like an act of kindness or a moment of prayer. Sometimes it will be large, like a life-altering decision. Whatever it is, trust that your yes is weaving threads into the tapestry of your destiny. Chosen one, the currency of obedience never devalues. Every yes you give heaven accumulates into a life that speaks louder than words. Do not despise the cost. Do not fear the sacrifice, for in obedience lies the fullness of your calling, the unlocking of blessing, and the path to the destiny only you can fulfill. Chosen one, there is a deep ache that rises when promises seem to grow cold. You remember the words spoken over your life, the dreams whispered into your heart, the visions that once burned bright. Yet, as time passes and fulfillment tarries, hope feels fragile. The same promises that once ignited joy now weigh heavy like stones. You wonder, did I hear correctly? Did I misunderstand? Has heaven forgotten me? This tension is not unique to you. Every chosen one has faced it. Abraham waited decades for the son promised to him. Joseph carried dreams of rulership through betrayal, slavery, and imprisonment. David was anointed as king, yet spent years fleeing for his life. Even the disciples, after hearing Jesus' words of resurrection, endured the silence of the tomb before joy broke through. The waiting is not punishment, it is the crucible where faith is refined. What you are experiencing is the gap between promise and fulfillment. In that gap, your character is forged. Faith is tested not when promises are fresh, but when they seem forgotten. To hold on to a word when everything contradicts it, that is where maturity is born. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false, though it linger. Wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Chosen one, promises do not expire. They await their appointed time. Heaven's calendar is not aligned with human impatience. What feels like delay is often divine preparation. God is orchestrating details you cannot see, aligning circumstances, preparing hearts, and shaping you so that when the promise arrives, you are ready to carry it. Yet in the waiting, discouragement is a constant battle. The enemy whispers that the promise was never real, that you fabricated it, that you are foolish for holding on. He points to the silence and calls it evidence of absence. But silence is not absence. The God who spoke the promise is the same God who sustains you in the quiet. Sometimes, the coldness of promises is a test of stewardship. Will you protect the word even when no one else believes it? Will you speak life over it when others mock? Will you pray into it when your own heart doubts? These are the acts of faith that separate the chosen from the casual. Promises are not passive, they are seeds that require watering through prayer, obedience, and persistence. There is also a mystery in promises, turning cold often. It is when the promise seems most distant that fulfillment is closest. Just as the night is darkest before dawn, hope feels weakest before breakthrough. The chill you sense is not the death of the promise, but the final stretch before its manifestation. The enemy attacks fiercest when he senses arrival. Hold steady, for what feels like frost is actually the breath before spring. Chosen one, this season is asking something of you: patience, endurance, and trust. Patience to wait without bitterness. Endurance to stand without collapsing. Trust to believe without proof. These are not easy, but they are essential. Without them, promises cannot be sustained. With them, you are transformed into someone who does not just receive, but also carries the promise with honor. Remember also that some promises appear differently than expected. Israel longed for a political Messiah, but God sent a suffering servant. The promise was not false, it was greater than they imagined. Do not box God into your version of fulfillment. His ways are higher, His vision broader. When the promise arrives, it may not look like what you pictured, but it will always exceed what you need. The coldness of promises also purifies your motives. When the excitement fades, only love remains. Do you seek the promise for what it gives you? Or do you love the God who gave it? When the gift feels delayed, the giver tests whether your heart is still His. If you cling to Him, even without the gift, you prove that your love is genuine. Chosen one, I know the waiting feels endless, but take courage, your faith is not wasted. Every day you choose to believe, even when sight mocks you, is a victory. Every prayer whispered in silence is a seed sown into eternity. Every tear shed in waiting is collected by heaven. Nothing is wasted. Do not give up now. The promise still speaks. Though it lingers, it will not lie. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are not abandoned. The God who began this work will bring it to completion. The chill of the promise is temporary. The warmth of fulfillment is near. Hold fast. Chosen one, keep believing. Keep waiting. Keep standing. For soon, what feels cold will blaze again with life. And you will testify that God's word never fails. Chosen one, you have likely felt it already. Your spiritual senses are shifting. What once felt dull now stirs with unusual clarity. Dreams feel sharper. Moments of déjà vu carry meaning. Whispers of intuition tug at your heart. This is prophetic calibration. Heaven adjusting the dial of your discernment so you can perceive beyond the surface. You are being tuned like an instrument, fine-tuned for accuracy, sensitivity, and alignment. But calibration is not always comfortable. Just as a musician adjusts strings until tension produces the right pitch, heaven allows pressure in your life to sharpen your prophetic hearing. The tension you feel is not punishment, it is alignment. The Spirit is ensuring that your discernment no longer misses the notes of His leading. You must also know, calibration involves both sharpening and stripping. To hear clearly, you must let go of noise, distractions, and voices that distort truth. The old life trained you to trust logic alone, but prophetic sight requires trust in the unseen. Calibration dismantles dependence on human understanding so that you learn to walk by revelation. The Spirit declares in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 28, "And afterward, I will pour out my Spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions." Chosen one. This outpouring is not for some distant future, it is happening now. You are part of a generation being awakened to see, to hear, and to declare. Prophetic awareness is not for the few, it is for all who will yield. Heaven is activating your senses, but it requires your cooperation. Calibration means testing. You may feel an urge to speak a word, but God will test whether you speak from spirit or ego. You may see a dream, but He will test whether you interpret through Scripture or through your own imagination. These tests are not to shame you, but to train you. Accuracy is not optional, it is essential. Heaven cannot entrust weighty revelation to those who distort it. In this season, you must anchor your calibration in the Word. Prophetic impressions without Scripture drift into error. But when you ground your discernment in the eternal Word of God, you carry authority that cannot be shaken. The Spirit and the Word never contradict. The Word becomes your safeguard, ensuring that your calibration aligns with heaven's truth. Chosen one. Prophetic calibration also requires humility. You will sense things others do not. You will see patterns they overlook. You will feel burdens they dismiss. The temptation will be to pride yourself in this sensitivity, to believe you are superior. Resist this trap. Prophetic sight is not superiority, it is service. You are entrusted to intercede, to guide, to encourage, not to boast. There will be times when calibration feels confusing. Dreams may seem fragmented, impressions incomplete, signals unclear. Do not panic. Prophetic hearing is developed over time, like a child learning language. At first, there are stumbles and mistakes, but with practice, fluency emerges. Do not despise the learning curve. Heaven is patient with your growth, and you must be patient with yourself. The sharpening of your senses also carries responsibility. What you perceive is not always meant to be spoken. Some revelations are for prayer, not proclamation. Some visions are for intercession, not public display. Discern what is for you, what is for others, and what is for now. Calibration means learning timing as much as content. Chosen one. Prophetic calibration may also unsettle relationships. Not everyone will understand the burden you carry. Some may dismiss your insights. Others may feel threatened by your clarity. Do not allow their misunderstanding to silence you. But also, do not use your gift to argue. Let your life, your fruit, and your humility validate the truth of your discernment. This journey also teaches dependence. You cannot sustain prophetic accuracy by willpower. You must remain connected to the Spirit through prayer, fasting, and worship. These practices are not rituals but lifelines, keeping your senses sensitive and your heart pure. Without intimacy with God, calibration falters. With intimacy, it thrives. Calibration is a season of stretching. You may be awakened in the night with dreams that shake you. You may feel burdens for people you barely know. You may hear whispers that redirect your choices. Each is a sign that heaven is fine-tuning you. Receive them with reverence, for they are invitations to deeper partnership. But I must also warn you, with greater prophetic clarity comes greater warfare. The enemy fears those who see. He will attempt to cloud your discernment with confusion, distraction, and doubt. He will send counterfeit dreams, false confirmations, and manipulative voices. This is why grounding in Scripture and prayer is critical. Without them, clarity becomes chaos. With them, chaos becomes clarity. Chosen one, prophetic calibration is not just for your benefit, it is for others. Your sharpened senses will guide people lost in fog, bring encouragement to the weary, and expose deception where it hides. You are being trained as a vessel of light, a watchman on the wall, one who sees what others miss. And now, as a prophetic act of agreement, I invite you to comment the number 555 below. This number symbolizes grace and divine change. By typing it, you declare, I receive calibration. I yield to the Spirit's adjustment. I step into clarity with humility. This is more than a number. It is a declaration that you will not resist the fine-tuning of heaven. Chosen one, embrace this process. Do not fear the stretching. Do not resent the silence. Do not resist the testing. Every adjustment is making you sharper, clearer, stronger. Soon you will look back and realize that the confusion you endured was the very place where discernment was born. You are not drifting. You are being calibrated. You are not broken. You are being tuned. You are not abandoned. You are being entrusted. Heaven is aligning you for a greater measure of accuracy, sensitivity, and impact. Receive it fully, for it is preparing you for what lies ahead. Chosen one. Every journey marked by divine calling will inevitably face a moment of testing. It is not a question of if, but when. These tests are not designed to destroy you, but to reveal what is unshakable within you. Like gold in fire, the flames do not diminish your worth, they expose your purity. The testing season strips away illusion and shows you what your faith is truly built on. The tests you face may not look dramatic to others, but to you they are piercing. Perhaps you feel the weight of delay, when prayers seem unanswered, and the silence stretches far longer than you imagined. Or maybe you are facing betrayal, where those you trusted most suddenly turn their backs. It could be loss, disappointment, or a door slammed shut at the very moment you expected it to open. Each test feels different, but they share one purpose: to prove and refine. Testing seasons have always marked the chosen. Abraham faced the test of surrender when asked to offer Isaac. Joseph faced the test of integrity when tempted in Potiphar's house. Daniel faced the test of loyalty when commanded to bow before idols. Even Jesus faced the wilderness, where the enemy tempted him with shortcuts to glory. If they were tested, you can be sure you will be too. The Spirit reminds us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7, "These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith, of greater worth than gold, which perishes even though refined by fire, may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed." Chosen one. Notice the phrase, greater worth than gold. Your faith, tested and refined, is heaven's treasure. Tests do not diminish your value, they increase it. They prove that your trust is not shallow, not circumstantial, not fragile, but rooted in God Himself. Yet, in the testing, emotions run high. You may feel abandoned, as if heaven has turned its face. You may feel confusion, asking why this is happening. But here, this silence does not mean absence. God is nearest in the test, even when He feels farthest. Like a teacher during an exam, He may not speak, but He is present, watching, ensuring you are equipped to endure. Testing also exposes foundations. When storms come, houses built on sand collapse, but those built on rock remain. In the same way, your test reveals what your life is anchored in. If your faith is built on circumstances, it will falter. If it is built on God's character, it will endure. Testing clarifies your foundation, forcing you to anchor deeper than you ever have before. There is also a hidden gift in testing. It strips away pretense. When you are tested, the masks fall. You see where pride lingers, where fear clings, where doubt hides. It is uncomfortable, but it is mercy. For how can God heal what you refuse to see? Testing reveals so that transformation can occur. The enemy, of course, seeks to twist testing into temptation. He whispers lies in the middle of your pain. God has abandoned you. The promise was never real. You are not strong enough. These whispers are designed to break you. But what the enemy intends for harm, God turns into refinement. Your endurance in testing becomes a declaration that the enemy's lies cannot hold you. Chosen one. Remember, every test has an end. No season of trial lasts forever. The wilderness gives way to promised land. The fire cools. The storm subsides. What remains is a stronger you, wiser, deeper, unshakable. Your scars become your testimony, and your endurance becomes your authority. Others will look at you and see resilience they cannot explain. That resilience will be your platform to speak life into their storms. Testing also prepares you for responsibility. Unrefined faith cannot carry heavy assignments. Without testing, authority becomes dangerous. But tested faith ensures humility, compassion, and strength. God will not place crowns on untested heads. The test is your preparation for the weight of leadership, influence, and calling. Do not despise your tests. They are not interruptions, they are integral. Without them, you would remain shallow. With them, you are being deepened. The very moments you wish to escape are the moments that are shaping you into someone heaven can trust. When the fire feels unbearable, remember the fourth man in the furnace with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were not spared the fire, but they were preserved in it. And when they emerged, they carried no smell of smoke, only the testimony of God's faithfulness. You too will emerge, and your testimony will be undeniable. Chosen one, hold steady in your test. Do not measure your faith by comfort, but by endurance. Do not interpret silence as abandonment, but as trust. Do not view pain as punishment, but as preparation. You are being refined for glory. Soon, when the test passes, you will look back and realize that what felt like breaking was actually building. What felt like loss was actually gain. What felt like abandonment was actually love. The test is temporary, but the fruit is eternal. So stand, even when shaking. Trust, even when doubting. Endure, even when weary. For your faith, proven genuine, will shine brighter than gold, and heaven itself will call you faithful. Chosen one, destiny is not walked out in isolation. You are set apart. Yes, but not set adrift. God in his wisdom knows that no warrior fights alone. No torchbearer carries light without others beside them. And no chosen one fulfills their calling without divine community. The tension you have felt between two worlds, the old breaking away and the new unfolding, was never meant to be endured by your strength alone. Heaven provides covenant companions, those knit to your journey by purpose rather than convenience. These covenant connections are rare, precious, and often unexpected. They may not come from your bloodline, your background, or your comfort zones. They may arrive as strangers who quickly feel like family, or as unlikely allies who appear in your darkest hour. The fingerprints of God mark their presence. Their role is not to control you or distract you, but to strengthen, sharpen, and walk alongside you in the unfolding of destiny. Crowds can gather, but crowds do not carry. Crowds will cheer one moment and fall silent the next. You need not the noise of the masses, but the loyalty of the few. Jesus himself chose 12, and within them, he leaned closest on 3. Quality always outweighs quantity in kingdom alignment. One covenant friend who truly sees you is worth more than 1,000 acquaintances who only observe you. The Spirit reminds us through Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verses 9 and 10, 2 are better than 1, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Chosen one, you are entering the season where heaven will send such people. They will not be leeches, draining you dry, but lifelines, feeding your spirit. They will not mock your hunger for God, but match it. They will not pull you back into compromise, but propel you toward holiness. They will recognize the oil on your life, not as something to exploit, but as something to honor. Still, sharpening is not always comfortable. As iron sharpens iron, sparks must fly. True companions will not flatter you into complacency. They will challenge you into maturity. They will correct you when pride whispers. They will confront you when compromise knocks. And though their words may sting, they are weapons of love. Better the wound of a faithful friend than the empty praise of those who fear honesty. You must also discern carefully who belongs in this circle. Not every smiling face is meant to walk with you. Some appear supportive, but are secretly envious. Others speak well, but sow subtle doubt. The enemy often disguises counterfeits as companions. So test the spirits. Watch the fruit. Does their presence bring peace, clarity, and strength, or confusion, distraction, and depletion? Heaven's companions always bear heaven's fruit. And while you pray for community, remember this: you are also called to be that kind of companion for others. This is not a one-sided exchange. Will you intercede for them as they intercede for you? Will you celebrate their victories as though they were your own? Will you walk with them in weakness as they walk with you? True covenant is mutual sacrifice. You sharpen as much as you are sharpened. There is power in united voices. One can chase 1,000, but two can put 10,000 to flight. This is not mere poetry, it is spiritual law. Your authority multiplies in community. Prayers grow heavier. Declarations echo louder. Warfare becomes swifter. The enemy dreads agreement, for he knows its exponential force. Alone, you are strong, but together, you are unstoppable. Chosen one. I must pause here. If these words stir you, if you sense the Spirit confirming that you are stepping into a season of divine alignments, then take a moment to like, share, and subscribe. These actions may feel small, but they are ways of saying yes in the natural to what heaven is orchestrating in the spiritual. Sharing extends this word to someone searching for their circle. Subscribing keeps you rooted in the stream of messages designed to guide you. And liking signals your heart's agreement with the truth being released. Do not treat it lightly. Your agreement matters. Understand too that divine companions are not flawless. They will make mistakes, just as you will. There will be misunderstandings, moments of disappointment, even times of conflict. Do not let this discourage you. Community is not the absence of tension, but the presence of reconciliation. Forgiveness and grace are the glue that hold covenant together. Where love covers, unity thrives. Chosen one, I assure you, the people God is bringing into your life will not hinder your fire, but fan it. They will not dim your light, but shield it. They will not discourage your obedience, but celebrate it. In their company, you will find strength you did not know you carried, courage you did not know you possessed, and joy that multiplies in shared destiny. So, prepare your heart. Pray for discernment. Ask the Spirit to highlight those meant for your circle. Be willing to release those who cannot walk with you. And when covenant companions arrive, honor them as the gifts they are. Protect the bond. Nurture the connection. Value the treasure of shared journey. For in this next stretch of your calling, you will not walk alone. Heaven is weaving you into a tapestry of community, where each thread strengthens the other, and together they form a design more radiant than any could achieve alone. Chosen one. There is a cry rising within you that cannot be silenced. It is not just your own longing, it is the echo of eternity pulsing in your spirit. You feel it when the world grows too loud, when ordinary conversations seem hollow, when even success leaves you unsatisfied. It is the unmistakable groan of your soul, yearning for something greater, hungering for the eternal. This yearning is holy. It is not weakness, it is proof that you belong to another realm. You stand in between two worlds. The old life is crumbling behind you, its illusions losing their grip, while the new life shines faintly ahead, pulling you forward like a beacon. But in this in-between, the ache intensifies. You know you cannot go back, but you do not yet see the fullness of what lies ahead. That tension is not a mistake. It is the very pressure God uses to propel you into transformation. Think of Israel at the edge of the Red Sea. Behind them was Egypt, broken yet familiar. Before them was a sea, impossible yet necessary. The ache of the in-between nearly crushed them, but it was precisely there, in the pressure of no retreat and no clear way forward, that God revealed his greatest miracle. Your ache, chosen one, is setting the stage for revelation. The ache within you is not only personal, it is generational. You are carrying desires your ancestors could not name. Prayers they whispered but never saw fulfilled. Their sacrifices, their tears, their faith, all are converging in you. What feels like restlessness is in fact inheritance awakening inside your spirit. Longing sharpens vision. When nothing around you satisfies, you begin to see more clearly what truly matters. You are no longer distracted by shallow pursuits or temporary applause. Instead, your heart focuses on eternal purpose. The ache becomes a lens, stripping away illusions and allowing you to recognize destiny when it appears. Do not be surprised if longing makes you misunderstood. Those content with comfort cannot fathom the hunger of the chosen. They may label you restless or dissatisfied, but do not accept their judgment. Your ache is not rebellion, it is revelation. It is the mark of someone unwilling to settle for crumbs when a feast has been promised. Chosen one. Longing also builds endurance. Hunger keeps you moving when obstacles rise, when progress feels slow, when answers tarry. Without longing, complacency would paralyze you. But with longing, you press on, even through weariness. Your ache becomes momentum, carrying you step by step toward the promise that will one day silence it. And when fulfillment finally comes, it will not be ordinary joy. It will be multiplied, overflowing, radiant, because you endured the ache. You will savor the arrival, because you honored the hunger. The satisfaction will be sweeter. The very ache you now feel will make your celebration uncontainable. The Spirit declares in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Chosen one, you are not the only one aching. All creation groans for your revealing. Heaven itself leans forward, waiting for you to rise. The longing inside you is in sync with the longing of creation. You are not broken for feeling this tension, you are aligned. But the ache can feel unbearable. At times, you may wish for numbness, to quiet the yearning, to bury the hunger. Yet numbness is death. The ache is life. It is the proof that you are alive to the Spirit, sensitive to destiny, unwilling to settle for shadows when reality beckons. Do not despise the ache, honor it. It is the compass pointing you home. This longing often isolates you. Others may not understand. They may wonder why you cannot be content with comfort, why you cannot just settle down and enjoy the simple pleasures. But you know within you were made for more. You carry eternity in your spirit, and the temporary will never satisfy. This is not arrogance, it is calling. You are a citizen of heaven, learning to navigate earth, and the clash between realms produces ache. In your longing, beware of counterfeits. The enemy loves to exploit hunger, offering quick fixes and shallow satisfactions. He whispers, "This will fill you. This will quiet the ache." But those substitutes always leave you emptier. They are broken wells that cannot hold water. Only the presence of God satisfies. Only His promise sustains. Only His Spirit quenches. Guard your hunger fiercely, for it will shape your destiny. Longing also has a purifying fire. It burns away attachments that no longer fit. Things you once craved now feel tasteless. Circles you once thrived in now feel small. Patterns you once tolerated now feel suffocating. This is not because you are ungrateful, it is because your spirit has outgrown them. The ache reveals the misfit between who you were and who you are becoming. Chosen one, your longing is also intercession. Every sigh, every restless night, every tear is a prayer in itself. The Spirit translates your groans into petitions before heaven's throne. Even when you lack words, your ache speaks for you. God does not ignore this language. He interprets it, treasures it, and responds to it. Do not be ashamed of your yearning. Do not bury it to make others comfortable. Instead, channel it. Let your longing drive you to prayer. Let it push you into worship. Let it compel you into obedience. Longing without direction becomes despair. But longing surrendered to God becomes fuel. It becomes the very energy that carries you into breakthrough. This is the hour to declare your alignment. Chosen one, I invite you to comment these simple words, I choose forward. Type them not as empty ritual, but as prophetic act. By writing this, you are saying to heaven, to earth, and even to your own soul, I will not retreat. I will not numb myself. I will not cling to the old. I choose forward, even when it aches. This declaration breaks hesitation and cements resolve. It is more than words, it is warfare. The ache will not last forever. Just as labor pangs give way to birth, your groaning will give way to glory. What feels unbearable now will soon be overshadowed by joy. Jesus himself promised that a woman in labor suffers, but once the child is born, she forgets the pain because of the joy of new life. Likewise, your present longing is birthing something eternal. So, endure the tension. Embrace the hunger. Honor the ache. It is proof that you are being prepared for revelation. Soon, the veil will lift. The promise will manifest. And the longing will be met with fulfillment beyond imagination. And when that day comes, you will testify the ache was worth it. Chosen one. The shift you are experiencing is not only inward, it is outward. Just as the Spirit has been reshaping your heart, heaven is also shifting your environment. Places that once felt familiar now feel foreign. Paths that once seemed open now feel blocked. Conversations that once satisfied now feel shallow. This is the unmistakable sign that God is reordering your steps. The transition between two worlds is not just spiritual, it is practical, tangible, and real. Every chosen life experiences the dismantling of old structures. Before Abraham could step into the promise, he had to leave Ur. Before Joseph could ascend to the palace, he had to be torn from his father's house. Before Israel could inherit Canaan, they had to leave Egypt. You too are being called out, not because what you left was all evil, but because it cannot contain what you are becoming. This dismantling can feel unsettling. You may wonder, why do I no longer fit here? Why do old conversations no longer thrill me? Why do familiar patterns suddenly drain me? These feelings are not signs of failure, they are signs of growth. You are outgrowing what once held you. What once felt like home has become too small for the magnitude of your calling. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19, "See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." Chosen one. Notice the urgency of this word, now it springs up. The shift is not future, it is present. The new thing is already sprouting. Even if you see only hints, the wilderness you fear is not barren. It is the very place God is carving streams of provision. Where you thought there was no way, a path is being cut. But to walk this path, you must release your grip on the old environment. Too often, chosen ones delay their destiny by clinging to what feels safe. Like Israel longing for Egypt, you may be tempted to return to what is known, even if it enslaves you. Yet, safety without destiny is bondage. True freedom lies not in the familiar, but in obedience. This shift also exposes what was hidden. As you step out of the old, people's true intentions are revealed. Some will bless your journey, others will resist it. Not because you wronged them, but because your growth unsettles their stagnation. Do not be surprised if support turns to silence, or encouragement turns to criticism. The shaking is revealing who is truly aligned with your destiny. Chosen one. God is not cruel in this process. Every removal is strategic. Every closure is protection. Every ending is preparation. You may mourn what you lose, but heaven knows what you are gaining. The places you no longer fit are not rejection, they are redirection. The friendships that fade are not abandonment, they are pruning. The opportunities that collapse are not punishment, they are preservation. The outward shift also calls for vigilance. The new environment God is leading you into requires discernment. You cannot walk with the same habits, carry the same baggage, or entertain the same distractions. The old tools will not work in new territory. Just as manna ceased when Israel entered Canaan, some provisions that sustained you in the wilderness will no longer flow. God is teaching you new rhythms, new strategies, new alignments. Do not despise small beginnings in this new environment. At first, it may feel barren, awkward, or uncomfortable. You may not yet see the fruit of the shift, but trust the process. Just as a seed breaks through soil before it blossoms, your new environment is breaking you out before it flourishes. In time, what feels fragile will prove fruitful. This shift is also prophetic. It symbolizes the breaking of cycles that once defined your family line. Where generations before you may have been trapped in stagnation, you are stepping into movement. Where others were confined, you are expanding. Your shift is not only for you, it is for those who will follow. You are blazing a trail, opening a door, leaving a map for others to walk through. The ache you feel in transition is real, but it is holy. Grief for what is left behind mingles with anticipation for what lies ahead. You may feel caught between mourning and rejoicing, between ending and beginning. That tension is not a mistake. It is the very sign that heaven's hand is upon you. Every chosen one must pass through this valley of transition, but none walk it without purpose. In this season, pay attention to the whispers of the Spirit. He will guide you through subtle nudges, sudden insights, and divine interruptions. He may close a door so firmly you cannot force it open. He may align you with people who feel like destiny, even if they come unexpectedly. He may stir discontent in your spirit to push you out of places you would otherwise linger. Each nudge is calibration. Each shift a step into alignment. Chosen one. Your new environment is not a destination, it is a stage. God is not merely relocating you, He is repositioning you. Where you are going will amplify your voice, expand your influence, and sharpen your impact. You will discover resources you lacked, connections you needed, and opportunities designed for your unique assignment. This is why the old could no longer hold you. So lift your eyes. Do not curse the endings. Do not despise the discomfort. Do not fear the unknown. The outward shift is proof that inward transformation is complete. You are being planted, not displaced. You are being positioned, not rejected. You are stepping into alignment with heaven's design, and nothing can stop what God has ordained. Chosen one. There comes a moment in every divine journey when the weight of identity presses upon you. It is not the weight of shame or confusion, but the holy gravity of realization. You are beginning to understand who you truly are, not who others said you were, not who circumstances tried to shape you into, but who God declared from the beginning of time. This is not discovery, it is unveiling. The mask is falling, and the mirror is clearing. Identity is not built overnight. It is forged through seasons of breaking and seasons of building. Every rejection you endured carved away false labels. Every loss stripped you of counterfeit worth. Every silence forced you to listen more deeply to the whisper of heaven. The old life taught you survival, but the Spirit is now teaching you identity. Survival says, I am what I must do. Identity says, I am who God has made me to be. The danger of the old world was not only its pain but its lies. It told you that your worth was based on performance, appearance, approval, or achievement. It whispered that you were too flawed, too broken, too small to carry greatness. Those lies clung to you like chains, shaping your choices, silencing your voice, dimming your light. But in this new world, those chains cannot follow. God is redefining you, not according to scars, but according to destiny. Identity also reshapes your perspective of failure. What once felt like proof of unworthiness now becomes evidence of growth. Mistakes no longer define you, they refine you. You begin to see every stumble as part of the journey, every detour as a classroom. In identity, even your lowest moments are redeemed into stepping stones for destiny. Your new identity also redefines success. It is no longer about titles, applause, or possessions. Success becomes obedience, saying yes when God calls, even if no one else notices. Success becomes faithfulness, choosing integrity in hidden places. Success becomes alignment, living each day as the person heaven already declared you to be. Identity simplifies what the world complicates. There is also authority in identity. When you know who you are, your prayers carry weight. Your words shift atmospheres, and your presence disrupts darkness. Authority does not come from striving, but from standing. The enemy trembles not at your effort, but at your certainty. When you walk in identity, you remind him of the truth he fears most. You belong to God. Identity also heals comparison. No longer do you measure yourself against the achievements of others. You no longer envy their journey or belittle your own. You realize that every chosen one carries a unique design, a specific assignment, a divine fingerprint. To compare is to dishonor God's creativity. Identity frees you to celebrate others while standing firm in your own lane. Finally, identity anchors destiny. Without it, you drift, easily swayed by voices and circumstances. With it, you march steadily, no matter the storm. Identity is not just knowledge, it is stability. It is the unshakable core that allows you to endure rejection, delay, or pressure, because you know your worth, your calling, your crown. The Spirit declares in the book of 1 Peter, chapter 2, verse 9, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light." Chosen one. This is the truest description of you. You are not forgotten, you are chosen. You are not ordinary, you are royal. You are not abandoned, you are possessed by God himself. Your identity is not negotiable, not fragile, not temporary. It is eternal, sealed in heaven, unshaken by human opinion. As this truth settles into you, conflict may arise. You may feel tension between the identity you are stepping into and the image others still hold of you. Some will struggle to accept your transformation, clinging to the version of you they once knew. Do not be surprised if their words sound dismissive. You've changed. Yes, you have changed. That is the point. You are no longer the one who bowed to fear, who lived for approval, who drowned in compromise. You are new. And newness often unsettles those who remain in old cycles. Identity also comes with responsibility. To know who you are is to know what you are called to carry. You cannot walk as royalty while clinging to rags. You cannot speak as chosen while believing you are forgotten. You cannot declare light while feeding on darkness. Identity demands alignment. It requires that your choices, your words, your posture reflect the truth of who you are becoming. But be gentle with yourself in this process. Identity is revealed layer by layer. Some days you will feel radiant, certain, unstoppable. Other days you may still wrestle with doubt, fear, or insecurity. Do not despise these moments. They are part of the shedding. Each struggle is proof that the old is dying and the new is taking root. Keep declaring truth over yourself until your heart aligns fully with heaven's decree. Chosen one. Remember that identity is not isolation. You are part of a lineage, a family, a kingdom. Others have walked this path before you, carrying mantles that now rest upon your shoulders. You are stepping into their prayers, their sacrifices, their victories. You carry not only your story, but the echoes of generations who longed for this moment. To walk in identity is to honor their legacy. Identity also anchors you in storms. When opposition rises, when voices attack, when circumstances shake, your foundation will not crumble if it is rooted in truth. Jesus endured accusations, betrayal, and crucifixion, but his identity never wavered. He knew he was the Son of God. In the same way, the storms of your life will not define you if you remain grounded in who you are. This identity is not earned, it is received. You cannot strive for it, buy it, or perform your way into it. It is a gift of grace, spoken over you before you were formed in the womb. Your role is not to create it, but to embrace it. When you finally rest in identity, striving ceases. You no longer scramble for validation because you know you already carry eternal worth. Chosen one. Let this truth sink deep. Your identity is not fragile. It cannot be stolen by betrayal, ruined by mistakes, or erased by seasons of delay. It is sealed in Christ, protected by the Spirit, and confirmed by the Father's voice. The world may try to rename you, but heaven's decree will always stand louder. Now, stand tall, walk with dignity, speak with confidence, live with boldness. You are chosen, royal, holy, beloved. Let this identity flow into every part of your being until it becomes second nature. And when the old whispers return, silence them with truth. I know who I am. Chosen one. Destiny often demands a sacred exchange. To step into the fullness of what God has prepared, you must be willing to surrender what has no place in the new. This surrender is not about loss, it is about alignment. Heaven never strips without purpose. It always removes in order to make room. Every chosen one must walk through this gate of surrender. And though it feels costly, it is the threshold into glory. Think of Abraham, standing on the mountain with Isaac bound upon the altar. That moment was not about sacrifice, it was about trust. Would he cling to what he loved most? Or would he believe that God could be trusted with even his deepest treasure? His willingness to surrender revealed the posture of his heart. In the same way, you are being asked to lay certain things down, not because God is cruel, but because he is preparing you for multiplication. Surrender is not always dramatic. Sometimes it looks like letting go of bitterness you have carried for years. Sometimes it means closing the door on patterns of compromise that secretly drain your spirit. Sometimes it means offering up your timelines, your expectations, your plans, and saying, "Not my will, but yours." Each surrender feels like death, but every death in God's kingdom births resurrection. The Spirit declares in the book of Matthew, chapter 16, verse 25, "For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it." Chosen one. This is the paradox of the kingdom. What you try to preserve, you lose. But what you release, you gain. To surrender is to find your truest life. When you cling to the old, it slips through your fingers. When you let go, heaven fills your hands with something eternal. The act of surrender is terrifying because it strips you of control. You are no longer managing outcomes, manipulating timelines, or predicting results. Instead, you are stepping into radical trust. But this is precisely where freedom lives. Control is a prison disguised as safety. Trust is a risk disguised as liberty. Surrender frees you from the exhausting need to orchestrate everything and allows you to rest in the author of your story. Do not mistake surrender for weakness. It is not passivity, it is warfare. Every time you surrender pride, you strike down the schemes of the enemy. Every time you release fear, you silence his accusations. Every time you let go of bitterness, you break chains he thought would bind you forever. Surrender disarms darkness because it places your life entirely in God's hands, where the enemy has no access. Surrender also redefines strength. In the old world, strength looked like control, dominance, and independence. In the kingdom, strength looks like yieldedness, humility, and trust. The strongest ones are not those who cling tightly, but those who open their hands. The greatest warriors are not those who never bow, but those who bow first before God. Chosen one. Your season of surrender may feel overwhelming, but do not despise it. Heaven is not stripping you to leave you empty. It is preparing to fill you. You cannot carry the weight of destiny with hands full of the old. You cannot step into the new while dragging the baggage of the past. Every surrender lightens your load for the journey ahead. I must pause here to invite you into a prophetic act of alignment. Comment the number 2222 below. This number is a symbol of divine partnership, balance, and agreement with heaven's will. By typing it, you are declaring, I surrender. I release control. I align with God's plan. This is more than a number. It is a covenant written in faith, a marker of your obedience. The path of surrender is rarely easy, but it always leads to joy. Consider Jesus in Gethsemane. His soul was overwhelmed with sorrow, his sweat like drops of blood. Yet, in surrender, he declared, "Not my will, but yours." That moment of yielding led to resurrection life for the whole world. Likewise, your surrender will birth life not only for you, but for those assigned to your influence. Surrender also teaches patience. It means waiting without forcing. It means trusting without demanding. It means believing without proof. In surrender, you discover that God's timing is not slow, it is precise. Every delay you endure is not negligence, but strategy. Heaven is aligning details you cannot see, and your surrender allows Him to complete His work without interference. Chosen one. Let surrender also shape your perspective of blessing. True blessing is not always the abundance of things, it is the abundance of alignment. To be in God's will, even with little, is richer than to have everything outside of His plan. Surrender shifts your heart from craving what glitters to desiring what lasts. It trains you to measure success not by accumulation, but by obedience. This season of surrender will mark you. People will see a new calm in your spirit, a new authority in your words, a new clarity in your eyes. They may not understand, but they will sense it. Surrender always leaves evidence. The fragrance of peace, the glow of trust, the radiance of obedience. These are the marks of one who has laid everything down. And when you look back, you will not regret what you released. You will see how every surrender made room for joy, how every letting go invited something better, how every altar birthed resurrection. What once felt like loss will shine as gain. What once felt like sacrifice will reveal itself as seed. Your surrender will testify nothing given to God is ever wasted. Chosen one. Open your hands. Release what is dying. Trust what is coming. Let your surrender become the soil where destiny blooms. This is not the end, it is the beginning. For every death in God's kingdom is only a doorway into greater life. Chosen one. You are standing on the threshold of manifestation. The long nights of pruning, the seasons of silence, the weight of surrender, none of it has been wasted. Heaven has been shaping you, preparing you, chiseling away the unnecessary so that what remains is refined, strong, and radiant. You are closer than you realize to stepping into the visible demonstration of promises that once felt distant. Manifestation is not magic, it is maturity. It is not about wishing, but about becoming. God does not release promises to children who are not ready to steward them. He entrusts them to those who have endured the refining, surrendered their will, and aligned their hearts. Manifestation is not sudden, it is the unveiling of what has been quietly forming all along. Consider Joseph. His dreams were mocked, delayed, and tested. Yet every pit and prison shaped him for the palace. When the moment of manifestation arrived, he did not scramble to become ready, he already was. Likewise, your hidden years have been training ground. When the promise breaks through, you will not be scrambling to grow into it. You will be standing prepared to carry it. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Chosen one. The proper time is not your schedule, but God's. The delays that frustrated you were divine timing, aligning every detail. Harvest never comes before its season, but it always arrives right on time. If you do not give up, you will see it. But manifestation requires discernment. Not every opportunity that appears in this season is from God. Some doors are distractions meant to lure you away. Others are tests to prove your readiness. Do not mistake counterfeit for fulfillment. Ask yourself, does this align with God's word? Confirm the peace of His Spirit and bear eternal fruit. True manifestation always carries these marks. When promises begin to bloom, humility becomes crucial. Pride can ruin what pain has prepared. Do not forget the tears you cried, the nights you wrestled, the valleys you endured. Let your testimony remain tender. Use your platform to point upward, not inward. Manifestation is not proof of your strength, but of His faithfulness. Chosen one. Manifestation is not only for you, it is for others. Your breakthrough is meant to inspire faith, to multiply courage, to awaken hope in those still waiting. What God does in you becomes a prophecy for those around you. Your visible testimony declares, if God fulfilled it for me, He will fulfill it for you. This is why I pause now to invite you, if these words stir faith in your spirit, take a moment to like, share, and subscribe. These are not empty digital actions, they are acts of alignment. By liking, you affirm what your spirit already knows to be true. By sharing, you spread hope to someone who may be one prayer away from giving up. By subscribing, you anchor yourself in a flow of words that will continue to strengthen you for the journey ahead. Do not underestimate the power of small acts done in faith. Manifestation also comes with responsibility. To whom much is given, much is required. The weight of blessing is as heavy as the weight of waiting. You must guard your heart from entitlement, your hands from misuse, your eyes from distraction. Blessing mishandled can become a burden, but blessing stewarded becomes multiplication. There will also be those who question your manifestation. Some will envy, others will criticize, still others will doubt whether your blessing is from God. Do not let their voices distract you. The fruit will speak louder than their opinions. In time, the consistency of your walk will silence their questions. Chosen one. Manifestation is not the end of the journey, it is the beginning of impact. The promise fulfilled is the platform for greater assignments. What God places in your hand now will not only bless you, but also position you to bless nations, influence systems, and shift generations. This is why the refining was so intense. The assignment ahead is weighty, so rejoice. But also prepare, celebrate, but also consecrate. Manifestation is both reward and responsibility. Handle it with reverence, and it will multiply. Handle it with pride, and it will fade. Chosen one, lift your head. The days of waiting are giving way to days of fulfillment. The whispers of promise are becoming visible reality. The hidden is being unveiled. The seeds are breaking soil. The harvest is ripening. You are stepping into manifestation not by striving, but by alignment, not by chance, but by covenant. Chosen one, you have carried much in silence. There are prayers no one has heard, tears no one has seen, and battles no one has recognized. Yet heaven has recorded them all. Every whispered cry, every weary sigh, every hidden struggle has been stored in the presence of God. Nothing has been overlooked. Nothing has been wasted. You are not forgotten. You are marked. There is a peculiar power in being marked by heaven. It means that even when you try to blend in, you stand out. Even when you attempt to run away, destiny follows. Even when others dismiss you, God's favor distinguishes you. To be marked is to live with a seal upon your life, an invisible sign that declares this one belongs to God. This mark does not exempt you from hardship, it intensifies it, because you carry light. Darkness resists you, because you are chosen. Jealousy surrounds you, because you are sealed. Battles pursue you. But remember this, the battles are not proof of abandonment, they are proof of belonging. Hell does not waste its energy on those without destiny. The Spirit declares in the book of Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 13, when you believed, you were marked in him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit. Chosen one, this seal is your identity. It is your guarantee that no matter what storms rage, no matter what accusations rise, no matter what doubts whisper, you are secured. The mark of the Spirit cannot be erased by failure, by fear, or by time. It is eternal, unshakable, and irrevocable. Yet being marked also sets you apart. Others may take shortcuts, but you cannot. Others may compromise without consequence, but you cannot. Others may live casually, but you cannot. The seal on your life demands higher standards, deeper consecration, greater responsibility. To carry God's mark is to live aware that your choices echo louder. Your steps matter more. Your voice carries weight. This weight can feel lonely. At times, you may wonder why your path seems narrower than others, why the cost feels higher, why the road feels steeper. But understand this, heaven does not require from you what it has not invested in you. The grace upon your life matches the mark you carry. What feels heavy is actually holy. Chosen one. The mark also protects you. The enemy may attack, but he cannot cross the line God has drawn. Just as the blood on Israel's doorposts shielded them from destruction, the seal of the Spirit shields you from ultimate defeat. You may be pressed, but you will not be crushed. You may be struck, but you will not be destroyed. The mark ensures your survival until your destiny is fulfilled. Do not despise the mark. At times, you may wish to be ordinary, to live without the intensity, to escape the weight. But ordinary cannot satisfy one who is extraordinary by design. You are not made for casual living. You are made for kingdom impact. The mark is your reminder that your life is not your own. This mark also authorizes you. It gives you boldness to declare truth, confidence to stand in authority, courage to confront darkness. When you speak, it is not merely your voice, it is the echo of heaven. When you move, it is not merely your strength, it is the power of the Spirit within you. The mark is your license to operate as heaven's representative on earth. Chosen one, I invite you in this moment to seal your agreement with this truth. Comment these words below, I am marked. Type them not as ritual, but as declaration. By writing them, you are reminding yourself, proclaiming to the unseen realm, and aligning with heaven's decree, you are marked by God, sealed with the Spirit, chosen for destiny. Every time you see your own words written, let it be a reminder that you belong fully to Him. Being marked also changes how you endure waiting. You realize that delays are not denial but development. You trust that even in silence, the seal is proof of God's hand upon you. You stop measuring progress by visible results and start measuring it by faithful obedience. The mark teaches you to walk not by sight, but by faith. And when storms rage, the mark anchors you. Waves may crash, winds may howl, voices may accuse, but the seal whispers louder, you are mine. This whisper steadies you when everything else shakes. It reminds you that you are not wandering aimlessly, you are being carried, guided, and preserved for an appointed time. Chosen one. To be marked is to be watched. Heaven watches over you, but so does hell. Angels surround you, but so do adversaries. You are a spectacle to both realms. Every choice you make testifies of the one you carry. This is why integrity matters, why holiness matters, why surrender matters. You are not just living for yourself, you are living as a signpost of God's kingdom. But do not fear this visibility. Do not shrink from the spotlight of heaven. The same God who marked you also equips you. The Spirit who sealed you also strengthens you. You are not carrying this mantle alone. You are upheld by grace, sustained by power, and guarded by love. So stand tall, chosen one. Do not hide your mark. Do not apologize for your distinction. Do not minimize your calling to make others comfortable. You are marked for such a time as this. Let the seal on your life shine boldly, declaring to all realms that you are God's possession, heaven's warrior, earth's torchbearer. The mark is not a burden, it is a crown. Wear it with reverence. Walk with it in confidence, and let it guide you into the fullness of destiny. For the one who marked you is faithful, and he will complete the work he began in you. Chosen one, there is a holy tension. You must now embrace the call to carry both fire and gentleness. It is the paradox of being chosen. You are a warrior and a healer, a lion and a lamb, a voice of thunder and a whisper of comfort. The Spirit equips you not only with strength to tear down, but also with tenderness to build up. This balance is not optional. It is essential for the weight of destiny you carry. The fire within you is undeniable. You have walked through seasons that ignited a holy boldness, a refusal to compromise, a courage to confront darkness head-on. This fire is not anger. Though it may burn hot, it is zeal, the passionate flame that refuses to bow to deception or settle for mediocrity. Fire purifies. Fire consumes. Fire lights the way. It is the force that distinguishes you as unyielding in a world of compromise. But fire alone can destroy, if not tempered by gentleness. Gentleness does not mean weakness. It is controlled strength. It is the ability to carry fire without scorching those you are called to heal. Gentleness allows your words to pierce without wounding, your presence to challenge without crushing. It is the quiet strength that reveals love even in correction. Without gentleness, fire burns indiscriminately. With gentleness, fire becomes transformational. The Spirit speaks in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 5. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Chosen one. Notice how this verse connects gentleness with God's nearness. Gentleness flows not from effort, but from presence. When you are rooted in His nearness, harshness gives way to compassion, pride yields to humility, and impatience is replaced with grace. To be near Him is to reflect Him, and He is both consuming fire and tender shepherd. Walking in this paradox requires constant surrender. There will be moments when your fire rises quickly, ready to call out injustice, confront compromise, or expose deception. These moments are holy, but they must be guided. Ask the Spirit, is this the time to roar, or the time to whisper? Discernment determines impact. A roar at the wrong time wounds, but a whisper at the right time heals. You will also encounter situations that demand gentleness in the midst of fire. Consider Jesus with the woman caught in adultery. He carried the fire to silence accusers and the gentleness to restore dignity. He did not compromise truth, yet his tenderness opened a door for transformation. This balance is your model. You are called to carry the same heart to confront sin without crushing souls, to declare truth without dismissing mercy. The balance of fire and gentleness also reveals itself in leadership. Fire rallies people to action, but gentleness keeps them safe. Fire inspires courage, but gentleness sustains community. Fire may birth a movement, but gentleness nurtures its growth. Chosen one. Your destiny may place you in positions of influence. If you lead only with fire, people may fear you. If you lead only with gentleness, they may dismiss you. But when you carry both, you reflect the fullness of Christ, the Lion and the Lamb. This paradox will also shape your personal relationships. Those closest to you need your fire to protect, to guide, to set boundaries, but they also need your gentleness to comfort, to encourage, to restore. You cannot bring only one into your home, your friendships, your family. Both must dwell in you. Fire without gentleness alienates. Gentleness without fire enables. Together, they form holy balance. Chosen one. Do not despise the tension. The very struggle you feel between these two forces is proof of growth. It means you are refusing to live in extremes. It means you are learning the art of maturity. It means the Spirit is shaping you into a vessel who can carry much without spilling, who can lead many without losing love. The enemy, of course, will attempt to twist this paradox. He will push your fire toward rage, your gentleness toward passivity. He will tempt you to lash out recklessly or to shrink back in silence. Recognize these extremes as distortions. Fire must remain holy zeal, not uncontrolled anger. Gentleness must remain controlled strength, not fearful withdrawal. Stay anchored in the Spirit, and you will discern the difference. Chosen one. There is also prophetic significance in carrying both fire and gentleness. Fire makes you a warrior against darkness, but gentleness makes you a healer of wounds. The world does not need only warriors or only healers, it needs both. A warrior without gentleness wounds the broken further. A healer without fire cannot confront the oppressor. But you, carrying both, are equipped for holistic transformation. This paradox also prepares you for the harvest. As you step into environments where people are hungry, broken, or resistant, you will need both. Fire will pierce deception and awaken hearts. Gentleness will draw the wounded and restore trust. This is why the Spirit has trained you through seasons of both boldness and brokenness. He has shaped you to roar with conviction and weep with compassion. Chosen one, understand that even creation reflects this paradox. The sun warms but also burns. Water refreshes but also floods. Wind carries seed but also uproots trees. Nature itself carries both power and gentleness, and yet all of it serves a divine order. So too must you. Your fire and gentleness must serve the order of heaven, not the impulses of self. When you walk in this balance, you become unstoppable. Enemies cannot manipulate your fire into destruction, nor can they exploit your gentleness into weakness. People cannot box you into one role because you carry both dimensions. You become a mystery to the world, a force they cannot predict, a vessel they cannot control. This is the essence of being chosen to embody paradox with grace. Chosen one, let this truth settle deeply. Your fire is needed, and your gentleness is needed. Do not diminish one to preserve the other. Do not apologize for the intensity of your zeal, nor downplay the softness of your compassion. Both are holy, both are divine, both are required. So rise as both lion and lamb. Speak as both thunder and whisper. Lead as both warrior and healer. Let your fire ignite movements and your gentleness mend hearts. For in carrying both, you reflect the fullness of the one who called you the Christ, who overturns tables and who washes feet, who rebukes storms and who holds children close. Chosen one. Every journey with God eventually confronts the subject of inheritance. Not inheritance as the world defines it, land, wealth, or possessions, but inheritance in the eternal sense. This inheritance is not earned by striving, nor diminished by failure. It is sealed in covenant, flowing not from what you do, but from who you are. As one marked and chosen, you are not merely walking toward destiny. You are walking into inheritance prepared long before you were born. Inheritance is the unfolding of promises that began before you. You are the continuation of prayers whispered by generations, the fulfillment of prophecies spoken into the earth, the answer to intercessions that reached heaven decades before your arrival. What you step into is bigger than you. It is the convergence of divine design woven across time. To be chosen is to recognize that your life is not isolated. It is a thread in a tapestry, part of a larger story. Yet inheritance is never automatic. It must be possessed. Israel was promised a land flowing with milk and honey, but they still had to cross rivers, face giants, and tear down walls. The promise was real, but the process was essential. Inheritance requires courage, obedience, and perseverance. It will not simply fall into your hands, it must be claimed with faith. The Spirit reminds us in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, Verse 3, I will give you every place where you set your foot, as I promised Moses. Chosen one. Notice the condition where you set your foot. The land was theirs, yet it required movement. Inheritance is accessed not by passivity, but by action. To remain still in fear is to delay the promise. To step forward in faith is to claim what is already yours. Inheritance also comes with responsibility. You are not entrusted with it for personal comfort, but for kingdom impact. When God increases your influence, it is not to exalt you, but to amplify His voice through you. When He blesses you with provision, it is not to feed greed, but to fund purpose. When He opens doors of authority, it is not for domination, but for stewardship. Inheritance is not just about receiving, it is about multiplying. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. Inheritance is contested. The enemy does not fight you over your past. He fights you over your future. He cannot change what God has spoken, but he will do everything to delay, distract, or discourage you from stepping into it. Every battle you face is evidence of territory attached to your name. Giants only appear where promises dwell. But inheritance is also generational. You are breaking cycles that bound those before you and opening doors for those who will come after you. Your obedience ensures that your children, both natural and spiritual, walk in freedom where you once faced chains. The inheritance you claim will ripple outward, shaping legacies beyond your lifetime. This is why your battle matters not only for you but for those assigned to your lineage. To embrace inheritance, you must release the orphan mindset. Orphans live as though they must fight for scraps, prove their worth, or beg for attention. Sons and daughters, however, rest in belonging. They do not strive for inheritance, they receive it. Chosen one. You are not an orphan. You are not striving for approval. You are not begging for scraps. You are a child of God, and inheritance is your birthright. Inheritance also teaches patience. Some promises manifest quickly, but others unfold slowly, brick by brick, layer by layer. The temptation in waiting is to settle for partial inheritance. But half-fulfilled promises are not your portion. Do not stop at the wilderness when the promised land awaits. Do not settle for manna when Canaan is promised. Press on until fullness is revealed. The weight of inheritance requires maturity. Blessings mishandled become burdens. Influence without character destroys. Provision without wisdom is wasted. This is why God trains you through wilderness before inheritance. The seasons of lack, delay, and testing were not punishment, they were preparation. They shaped you into someone who can carry much without crumbling, steward blessing without squandering, and hold authority without pride. Chosen one. Inheritance is also deeply personal. While you are part of a larger story, there are promises tailored specifically for you, unique assignments, distinctive mantles, personal callings. No one else can claim them because no one else was designed for them. Do not measure your inheritance by another's. Comparison blinds you to the uniqueness of your own portion. Celebrate theirs, but guard and pursue yours. This inheritance is not only for this life. Some promises will echo into eternity. What you build here, faith, obedience, sacrifice becomes treasure stored in heaven. The crowns you will lay at His feet, the eternal joy of seeing lives transformed through your obedience, the unseen seeds sown into generations. These are part of your inheritance. Earthly rewards may fade, but eternal inheritance endures. So, walk boldly. Chosen one, set your feet where fear once held you back. Declare promises over ground that looks barren. Confront giants that intimidate but cannot defeat. Carry the mantle of your lineage with reverence. And, above all, remember, inheritance is not about possession alone, it is about purpose fulfilled. The old world is leaving you with nothing to cling to because the new world has everything you need. Do not fear the shift. Embrace it. Step forward with courage. Your inheritance awaits. Not in the distance, but here, now, unfolding as you align with heaven's call. Chosen one, as you approach the culmination of this season, heaven presses upon you the importance of vision. Vision is not mere imagination or wishful thinking. It is the unveiling of what God has prepared, the clarity of direction birthed in prayer, and the alignment of your life with eternal perspective. Without vision, even the chosen stumble. With vision, every step, though difficult, carries purpose. Vision is the ability to see beyond what is visible. It pierces through delay, disappointment, and distraction to glimpse the promise hidden beneath. It is not limited by circumstance, nor is it confined by statistics. Vision is the lens of faith, shaping how you interpret reality. Two people can face the same desert. One sees barrenness. The other sees the possibility of streams. What you see determines how you live. The Spirit declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 18, "Where there is no vision, the people perish, but he that keepeth the law, happy is he." Chosen one, vision is not luxury, it is survival. Without it, people drift into cycles of destruction, repeating the same mistakes, wasting precious years. But with vision, you gain clarity. You live intentionally. You wake each day with awareness that time is sacred, choices matter, and destiny is unfolding. Vision must be cultivated. It does not simply appear, it is birthed in intimacy with God. Prayer sharpens it, fasting clears it, worship amplifies it. The more you align your heart with His presence, the clearer your vision becomes. Clarity does not come from staring at circumstances, it comes from gazing at the one who stands above them. But vision also requires courage. What God shows you may feel impossible, too large for your resources, too distant for your timeline. That is the point. If vision were achievable by your strength alone, it would not be divine. True vision humbles you, reminding you that you must lean on God. It stirs both awe and trembling, but it also ignites faith. Chosen one, you must guard your vision. Not everyone can understand what you see. Some will doubt, others will mock, still others will attempt to distort. Remember Joseph, he shared his dreams too soon, and jealousy rose against him. Learn from his story. Share your vision with discernment. Entrust it to those who carry faith, not fear. Protect what heaven entrusted to you. Vision is also progressive. God rarely reveals everything at once. Instead, He unveils piece by piece, step by step, like a lamp illuminating only the path before you. Do not despise partial vision. Obey the little you see, and more will be revealed. Faithfulness in fragments unlocks fullness in time. The danger lies in settling for blurred vision. Distraction clouds your sight. Fear distorts your perspective. And pride blinds you altogether. This is why alignment with Scripture is vital. The Word anchors your vision, ensuring it aligns with truth. Without this anchor, visions drift into illusions. With it, visions are tested, refined, and confirmed. Chosen one, vision is not for your comfort alone, it is for the nations. God does not give sight merely for personal survival, but for generational impact. Your vision carries the potential to shift families, communities, even nations. What begins as a whisper in your spirit may one day resound as a movement that shakes the earth. Vision also demands discipline. Dreams without action are fantasies. You must structure your life to align with what you see. This means stewarding time wisely, cultivating habits that support growth, and removing distractions that drain focus. Vision without discipline breeds frustration. Discipline transforms vision into reality. Do not underestimate the warfare around vision. The enemy knows that if he can blind you, he can bind you. He will attack with discouragement, delays, and detours. He will tempt you to give up when clarity fades. Resist him, even when you cannot see the full picture. Hold fast to the fragments. Write them down. Declare them. Pray over them. Vision thrives in persistence. Chosen one. Vision will also stretch your identity. You cannot carry a new vision with an old mindset. You must see yourself as God sees you, not limited, not ordinary, but chosen, equipped, and capable. The vision He gives you matches the capacity He placed within you. If the vision feels overwhelming, it is because He sees more in you than you see in yourself. Vision also has timing. There is a season to receive it, a season to nurture it, and a season to manifest it. Do not rush ahead of God's timing, nor lag behind in hesitation. Timing is the difference between frustration and fulfillment. Trust that the one who gave the vision knows when to bring it to life. And vision is sustained not by external confirmation, but by internal conviction. Others may doubt. Circumstances may contradict. Evidence may be scarce. But your conviction must remain. Vision is the anchor in stormy seas, the compass in wilderness, the fire in cold nights. Without it, you lose your way. With it, you keep moving forward. No matter how dark the road becomes, chosen one, lift your eyes again. See beyond what is seen. Let heaven's perspective burn within you. Write the vision. Guard it. Pray over it. Act upon it. Refuse to let distraction steal it. Fear silence it, or delay bury it. Vision is your lifeline in this season, the map guiding you through transition into the promise. And when the vision finally manifests, when what you once saw only in prayer stands before your eyes in reality, you will testify every tear was worth it. Every battle was necessary. Every delay was preparation. The vision will speak, and it will not lie. Chosen one, you have walked the long road between two worlds. You have endured breaking, pruning, stripping, and refining. You have faced silence that felt endless and tests that stretched you to your limit. Yet through it all, You have discovered something deeper than circumstance. You are sustained not by the old life leaving, nor by the new life fully visible, but by the faithfulness of God that never shifts. This final stretch of your journey is not about striving to prove yourself. It is about resting in what has already been established. Heaven has declared you chosen, sealed you with the Spirit, and marked you for destiny. No battle you fought, no tear you shed, no delay you endured has been wasted. You are stepping into the fullness of alignment, the point where everything converges past lessons, present obedience, and future glory. Chosen one, you must understand the leaving of the old was necessary. If it had stayed, it would have suffocated you. The patterns, the voices, the cycles, they could not carry you into destiny. It may have felt like loss, but in truth, it was liberation. Every door that closed was mercy. Every friendship that faded was pruning. Every opportunity that vanished was preservation. The old life is gone, and it will not return. Chosen one, liberation rarely feels like freedom at first. When chains break, the skin still remembers their weight. When doors close, the silence echoes louder than the promise ahead. But in time, the soul learns to breathe again, to walk lighter, and to rejoice in what once felt unbearable. The absence of the old creates space for the new. Where fear once lodged itself, courage now takes root. Where compromise once whispered, conviction now stands firm. Where shame once clung, grace now clothes you. Do not mourn what was never meant to remain. Celebrate what is now being birthed within you. Chosen one, consider how a tree must shed its leaves in autumn. The shedding looks like death, but it is preparation for renewal. The branches are not barren because they are cursed. They are barren because they are preparing for spring. Likewise, your shedding was the prelude to blossoming. Even relationships that ended served a purpose. Some voices were anchors pulling you backward, while others were scaffolds only meant for a season of building. Heaven knew which voices could not enter your future. The pruning may have hurt, but it was divine wisdom ensuring that your circle aligns with destiny. Every opportunity that passed you by was protection in disguise. What seemed like failure was heaven whispering, "Not this way." What looked like rejection was God's hand guiding you to a door that fits your purpose. You are not behind, you are preserved for something greater. So, let gratitude rise within you. Thank God, not only for the blessings that came, but also for the endings that cleared the way. Each loss was a gift in disguise, each ending a hidden beginning. The old life is gone, and the new has truly begun. The Spirit reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 17, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here, chosen one." This is your reality. The old has not merely weakened, it has died. The new has not merely begun, it is here. You are not halfway transformed, you are fully new. Even if you are still learning to walk in it. Destiny is not waiting for someday, it is unfolding now. In every step of obedience, the in-between season has been holy ground. It stripped away illusions, revealed your identity, and deepened your faith. The ache you carried was not meaningless, it was the labor pain of new creation. The silence you endured was not abandonment, it was the classroom of trust. The warfare you battled was not punishment, it was confirmation that you carry something worth resisting. You have been forged in fire, and now you emerge unshaken. Chosen one, the new life ahead of you will not be without challenges, but you will not face them the same way you faced the old. You are not who you were. The old mindset of fear, striving, and doubt cannot follow you. You now walk with a steadiness born of surrender, a boldness born of refinement, and a clarity born of vision. You are no longer a wanderer, you are a torch-bearer. The new life will call you into assignments greater than yourself. You will be asked to carry light into dark places, to speak truth into deceived hearts, to demonstrate love where hate has prevailed. These assignments may feel overwhelming, but they are perfectly matched to the capacity God has placed within you. Every lesson from the wilderness prepared you for this weight. Every tear watered the soil of this season. Every yes you gave has become the foundation for this unveiling. Chosen one, this is not merely about you. The shift in your life is a signal for others. Many are watching, though they may not say it. They see your resilience, your transformation, your perseverance. Your journey is a living prophecy, declaring to others that God is still faithful, still speaking, still fulfilling. Your testimony will become a map for those still caught between two worlds. The enemy will still try to whisper lies, reminding you of your past, questioning your worth, mocking your progress. But you now carry discernment to recognize his voice and authority to silence it. The very areas where he tried hardest to break you will become the places where your testimony shines brightest. What once brought shame will now release freedom to others. What once felt like chains will now sound like victory songs. Chosen one, the crown is yours, not a crown of human applause, but the crown of destiny, the affirmation of heaven, the reward of obedience. This crown is not temporary, it is eternal. It will not fade with time or rust with age. It is the symbol that you endured, that you overcame, that you remained faithful. The journey is not ending, it is beginning. The old life has passed, and the new has been born. You are now a carrier of glory, a vessel of light, a warrior of love. You are stepping into assignments that will ripple beyond your lifetime. Nations may not know your name, but heaven does, and that is enough. So walk forward, chosen one, with steady steps. Do not look back, the old cannot follow you. Do not hesitate, the new is already here. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and move with the confidence of one who has been prepared for this exact moment. You are not behind schedule, you are right on time. You are not unfinished, you are being perfected. You are not forgotten, you are God's chosen one, stepping boldly into the life he has prepared. Chosen one, if you have walked with me through every section, then you know by now you were never ordinary, never random, never overlooked. You are chosen, set apart, sealed, and carried by heaven itself. Every word you have heard in this script was a mirror, showing you not just who you are, but who you are becoming. And now, as the journey of this script closes, a new chapter of your life begins. You have crossed between two worlds. The old has fallen away for good, its grip broken, its chains shattered, its voice silenced. The new is not a far-off dream, it is here, alive, breathing, calling you to walk boldly in the fullness of your identity. You are not a wanderer, you are a carrier of glory. You are not a survivor, you are a torchbearer. You are not forgotten, you are forever marked. Every section of this journey was a step deeper into truth, from awakening to refining, from surrender to inheritance, from fire to gentleness, from vision to manifestation. This was not random, it was alignment. Heaven orchestrated every moment to remind you your calling is real, your destiny is sealed, and your crown is secure. And now I speak to your spirit with clarity. Do not let this word remain just words. Let it become life within you. Rise from where you are and step forward. Walk out the truth you now carry. Live as though heaven is watching, because it is. Shine as though the world needs your light, because it does. And trust as though God is faithful, because He always will be. If this journey has touched you, if your heart has been strengthened, if your spirit has found new fire, then I ask you now, like this message, do it as an act of agreement, as if pressing that simple button is saying to God, I receive this word, I embrace this call. Share this message with someone who needs it. There are souls on the edge, hearts trembling in silence, people caught between two worlds just as you were. Your simple act of sharing may be the lifeline they desperately need, the spark that awakens their identity, the whisper that reminds them they are chosen too. Comment below, and let your words be a testimony. Type out what resonates in your heart, whether it is, I receive, I will rise, or I am chosen. Your comment is not just digital ink, it is declaration, proclamation, alignment. It is you stamping your agreement in the visible and invisible realms alike. And subscribe, stay connected. This was not the final word heaven has for you. The Spirit is still speaking, still guiding, still pouring out fresh revelation. By subscribing, you remain anchored to this stream of life, ensuring you do not miss the next wave of truth prepared for you. Let this not be an ending, but a continuation, chosen one. As I close this script, hear this final truth. You are unshakable, unstoppable, and unbreakable because you are held by the eternal hands of God. Your old life has left for good. Your new life has begun. And from this moment forward, every step you take is marked by glory. So like, share, comment, and subscribe, not as ritual, but as a prophetic act. And then, rise, walk into the world carrying the fire, the gentleness, the vision, and the crown of one who knows beyond doubt you are chosen.